Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Shadow Monarch in DC Chapter 26. Lex's uninvited guest. The air was thick with madness in that asylum. Long shadows danced along the cracked walls, cast by the flickering bulbs overhead, twisting and distorting, like the grasping hands of the damned. As soon as Arthur took a step forward, a guttural scream tore through the silence. There came a sudden crashing open of the door to his right. A wild-eyed lunatic with eyes wide with manic smile hunched over himself and flung at him, his tattered straitjacket flapping open, words carved into his chest in huge, jagged, self-inflicted wounds read, "Smile. He's always watching." Arthur didn't hesitate. His sword cleaved through flesh like paper, his cut severing the man's upper half from his legs in one stroke. Blood sprayed on the walls as the deranged laughter of the dying man bubbled up and he collapsed in a heap. The others allowed Arthur barely a moment to breathe before three more came barreling toward him, one wielding a rusted pipe, another gnawing on a severed hand, and the last shrieking incomprehensible gibberish. "He knows what you are." Arthur ducked under the first swing, pivoted, and rammed his blade through the lunatic's gut. A wet gasp escaped the man's lips before Arthur yanked his sword free, spinning around just in time to decapitate the second. The third leapt at him, clawed fingers reaching for his face only for Arthur to sidestep and drive his elbow into the man's throat. The lunatic gagged, stumbling back, only for Arthur to step forward and impale him through the heart. "You all die too easy," he exhaled, flicking the blood off his sword. The asylum wasn't relenting. Creaking doors groaned open, footsteps echoed, and hallways were alive with whispers. In this place, madness itself seemed to breathe. Then he heard it. A laugh. Not just any laugh. A slow, crawling chuckle that seeped into his bones, bounced off the walls, growing louder and louder until it was all he could hear. Ah ha ha ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Arthur clenched his jaw. Fucking clown. He shook his head, forging ahead. The laughter continued, a mocking, unseen presence that set his skin crawling. It wasn't mere illusion. The asylum was trying to break him, burrow into his mind. Too bad for it. It lasted for a couple hours, but Arthur Blackwynd didn't break. Then, without warning, something big burst through a steel enforcement door ahead, sending debris flying. Arthur instinctively raised his sword, his glowing blue eyes narrowing as a massive, deformed figure lumbered forward, wheezing with every breath. "You don't belong here." Before him stood the hulking form of Bane, veins bulging with raw power, his mask hissing as venom pumped through his body. His knuckles cracked as he stepped over the wreckage of the door, his red eyes locking onto Arthur. Arthur tilted his head, smirking. "Yeah, you could say that. I missed my daily quest, you see." Bane did not tarry. He let out a roar and plunged, his fist falling with a lot of force. Arthur dodged aside with barely enough time for the spot where he was standing to cave in under the weight of the blow. A column of dust and debris erupted into the air, but Arthur was already running, his instincts honed, his sword swimming with lethal precision. One brutal, hacking slash, and Arthur cut through Bane's arm at the shoulder. The huge limb hit the earth with a bloody splat, blood spurting wildly as from a fire hydrant as Bane let out a guttural roar of agony. Yet, instead of faltering, instead of collapsing in pain, he kept coming. Arthur barely had time to wrap his head around it before the fist Bane had left swung with monstrous force, catching him right in the chest. Crack. The force of the blow sent Arthur flying across the room like a human cannonball, crashing him through a rusted cell door. Metal creaked, walls cracked, and he tumbled across the floor until he finally came to a stop, flipping back onto his feet. Arthur exhaled sharply, his body screaming from the outright power. The hell? Bane staggered, his breath ragged, blood gushing from the stump where his arm once was, but his eyes, they were still burning with rage. "Weak," Bane growled, venom still coursing through his veins. Arthur clicked his tongue, gripping his sword tighter. "Dude, you've got one arm left. Don't start talking shit." His sword shone with dark energy as he sprang forward, closing the distance in an instant. His blade cut through the air, forcing Bane to block, but Arthur used the momentum to leap over him. Twisting midair, his greatsword materialized out of nothingness and brought it down. Crack. Bane grunted, stumbling forward as blood dripped from his shoulder. Arthur landed behind him, rolling his neck. I could keep doing this all day. Bane growled. His hand reached for the tubes on his back, aiming to shoot in a bigger dose of venom. There was no way Arthur was going to let him do that. He disappeared in a flash. Shadow stepped behind Bane, and before he reappeared, his sword had already ripped through the tubes of venom. Shirk. With a hiss, the gas that escaped was trailed by Bane's agonizing roar. Muscles somewhat flattened, his actions became sluggish now. Arthur wasted no time. A roundhouse kick to his face sent Bane reeling backward. Arthur took immediate advantage, launching into attack after attack until his sword deeply bit into the flesh and shredded through weak defense after weak defense, until the final slash threw Bane down onto the ground, unmoving. Arthur stood over him, breathing while catching his breath. The laughter whispers danced along his mind once again. Gazing slowly back down the corridor, he let out a gasp. Bodies lay in heaps, faces twisted and grinning grotesquely into eternity, their clown masks still worn. Arthur whistled sharply and hopped onto the pile, plopping himself down and laying his sword over his shoulder. That clown had better pray to God I never find him in real life. System notification penalty zone time remaining. 5, 4, 3, Arthur sighed, gripping his sword tighter. About damn time. Metropolis LexCorp. Outside its glass walls, the conference room overlooked the city, its skyline aglow with the neon lights of the metropolis. Inside, the tension was palpable as Lex Luthor sat at the head of a long, sleek table, his fingers steepled together, his face a mask of thinly veiled irritation. Across the table, Adam Blackwynd shifted slightly and began very precisely to pick and choose each and every word carefully. Mr. Luthor, I insisted on this urgent meeting because I believe the projected logistics of our partnership need fine-tuning. There have been unexpected delays in resource acquisition, and if we... Lex blew out sharply through his nose, already bored. Adam, you came all this way for this. I don't need excuses. I need results. I trust you wouldn't waste my time with something so... He gestured vaguely, trivial, considering what's at stake. Adam forced a polite chuckle. Of course, Mr. Luthor. I just thought it would be best to personally make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible. Lex's lips curled in displeasure. This was a waste of time. He stood, buttoning his suit jacket in one smooth motion. If that's all, I have more important matters to attend to. He turned to leave. And then, would you take me to your lab if I asked you nicely? Lex froze mid-step. Something felt wrong. The voice, it sounded similar, but not quite. It had a weight to it, a depth that Adam's never did. Something unnatural. Lex turned slowly, expecting to see the man he was talking to seconds ago. Except it wasn't Adam. His sharp gaze locking onto the man sitting beside Adam. The air in the room was off, darker, heavier. The lights of the city outside cast long, unnatural shadows, like the things moved of their own accord. And at the center of it sat a figure wreathed in writhing darkness, an aura of pure menace rolling off him in waves. Lex's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The figure smiled, his glowing blue eyes standing out amidst the swirling abyss around him. Now, Mr. Luthor, let's not waste time with introductions. The shadows around him deepened, pulsing like a living entity, tendrils of darkness creeping along the table. We both know you and I have somewhere important to be. Chapter 27 Project Doomsday. Lex Luthor had faced many threats in his life: metahumans, gods, a Kryptonian. But this was something new. Arthur stalked forward, the shadows curling and shifting with each step, bending to his presence like an unseen force of nature. Lex's hand shot towards a hidden button beneath the conference table, but before he could press it, his body jerked violently into the air. An invisible force gripped him, lifting him effortlessly as if he weighed nothing. His suit tightened around his throat, his breath caught in his lungs. Arthur's cold, glowing eyes bore into him. Don't do anything stupid, Luthor. You're a smart man. Act like it. Lex gritted his teeth, struggling against the unseen force. What the hell are you? He demanded. A chuckle came from the side. Oh, you'll love this one, Lex, Adam said, leaning back against the table, arms crossed. He's my little brother. Lex's eyes widened. You're what? He twisted his head towards Adam, still suspended in the air. I thought your brother was just some kid, not His gaze snapped back to Arthur's shadow-cloaked form, some lunatic with powers. Adam smirked. Yeah, he's full of surprises. His eyes flicked toward Arthur, intrigued. Seriously, though, what can't you do? Arthur barely spared him a glance. I can't make stupid deals with dangerous people that would destroy my name. Silence. Adam's smirk faltered, his expression tightening for the first time. Arthur turned to him. Good work coming here fast. Adam exhaled, regaining his composure. Of course. Took the fastest private jet I had. I always keep my word, brother. Arthur gave him a slow nod. Then go. I'll take it from here. Adam raised an eyebrow. And leave you alone with Lex Luthor. Arthur tilted his head, his glowing blue eyes burning through the dim room. Look at me. Do I look like I need help? Adam studied him for a long moment, then chuckled, shaking his head. Fine, but be careful. Arthur finally smirked, looking at Lex. Luthor should be the one worrying about that. The LexCorp building was as pristine as ever, its corridors bustling with executives, scientists, and security personnel. Yet, as Arthur and Lex walked side by side, nobody dared to intervene. Maybe it was the subtle tension in the air, the way Arthur's presence made the light flicker, or perhaps it was because Lex Luthor, had his hands bound behind his back by some unseen force and still walked as if he were in control. Lex's expression remained neutral, but his jaw tightened as they passed a few high-ranking employees. Some slowed their steps, eyes flicking between him and Arthur, but a single cold glance from their CEO sent them moving along. Lex finally broke the silence. You know, it's a little excessive parading me around my own building like this. Arthur didn't even glance at him. You'll live. Lex exhaled sharply through his nose. At least let me use my hands. I assume you didn't drag me all the way here just to humiliate me in front of my staff. Arthur smirked. Nope, you're not using your hands until we reach your lab. Lex narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. And if I refuse? Arthur gave him a sidelong glance, his glowing blue eyes carrying a quiet, dangerous amusement. Then I'll carry you. Lex clenched his jaw. He let out a sharp breath and kept walking till they stopped in front of an elevator. The elevator doors slid open, revealing an empty, mirror-lined interior. Arthur stepped in first, his eyes immediately catching the illuminated panel of buttons. His gaze traveled downward, landing on the LexCorp logo beside the lowest floor level, restricted access. He smirked. That's it, isn't it? Lex didn't answer, but his subtle shift in posture spoke volumes. Arthur didn't wait for confirmation. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the sleek black keycard his brother had given him. With a casual swipe, the red restriction light blinked green, and the elevator began its silent descent. The air grew heavier in the confined space, tension stretching between them like a drawn wire. Lex finally broke the silence, his voice measured. Where did you get that? Adam, of course. So, you already know what I'm working on. Arthur leaned against the elevator wall, arms crossed. I do. Lex's expression turned cold. Then you should understand that if you even think about interfering, the consequences will be severe, for both of us. Arthur tilted his head, a smirk playing at his lips. No, just for you. Lex's eyes flickered with irritation. For the first time in a long time, he wasn't the one dictating the pace of a conversation. Arthur turned his gaze to the descending numbers on the elevator panel. So tell me, Luthor, what's the endgame here? You playing with fire just to see who burns first? Lex let out a low chuckle. Fire. No. Fire is predictable, containable. I prefer things a little more calculated. Arthur scoffed. That's your problem, Luthor, you only trust what you can control. And when something doesn't fit neatly into your schemes, you try to get rid of it. That's why you hate Superman so much. He's something you can't bend, something that exists outside of your perfect little equations. Lex's expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Spare me the philosophy. You think you're different. You're here, in my building, forcing my hand, yet you talk about control like you're above it. Arthur smirked, tightening his grip through Ruler's authority, making Lex stiffen. I don't need control, Luthor. I just need you to open the damn doors that only you can. The elevator came to a smooth stop, a soft chime echoing through the confined space. As the doors slid open, Lex's posture stiffened, his usual composed demeanor cracking just slightly. Arthur stepped out first, taking in the massive underground lab stretching before him, a cathedral of technology bathed in sterile white light. Rows of high-tech workstations hummed with activity, glass chambers lined the walls, and complex blueprints flickered across holographic displays. The sheer scale of LexCorp's operation made even Arthur hesitate for a second. Lex exhaled sharply, stepping forward but keeping a wary eye on Arthur. His fingers twitched slightly, whether from frustration or nerves, Arthur wasn't sure. Arthur turned to him, tilting his head. "Say I destroy everything here. How much do you lose?" Lex's jaw clenched. His voice came low and dangerously sharp. "Don't you even dare. I won't destroy it," Arthur said, his voice low but unwavering. "As long as you show me Project Doomsday." Lex's thoughts raced. Doomsday, he had kept it a secret, buried deep in his underground labs, hidden even from the Justice League. And now this brash kid, this unassuming figure standing before him, knew exactly what was down here, even the very name. How had he figured it out? His lips curled into a faint smile, though it barely reached his eyes, a sign of his irritation. Lex kept his voice controlled, but the tension in his jaw was impossible to ignore. "Why do you wish to destroy this project? From your methods, I can tell you're not like the rest of the Caped Wonders." Arthur's eyes flashed with a mix of amusement and something darker. "Who says anything about destroying?" he replied, his tone clipped. Lex raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping on the sleek surface of a nearby console as he tried to regain his composure. "Then what do you want?" His voice grew sharper. "More money, more power." Arthur's gaze didn't waver, his eyes glowing with the dangerous certainty of someone who had already made his choice. "I want it for myself," he said, his words simple but loaded with meaning. Lex recoiled, taken aback by the sheer audacity. His mind whirled, trying to decipher what Arthur was truly after. What do you mean by that?" Lex stammered, struggling to make sense of the situation. Arthur's impatience rippled through the air as he shot Lex a pointed look. "Enough time wasted. Move." Lex, though clearly unsettled, didn't argue. He turned and led Arthur deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the lab, passing by rows of metallic doors and advanced technology that hummed softly in the background. The dim lights flickered in time with the steady pulse of the equipment, amplifying the tension in the air. Eventually, they came to a massive, imposing door, its surface sleek and unmarked. The kind of door you'd expect to guard something catastrophic, something that wasn't meant to be seen by anyone. Lex swiped a keycard, the sound of the electronic lock sliding open echoing down the hallway. As the door swung open, Arthur's sharp eyes immediately focused on what lay inside. A giant, glass water tube stood in the center of the room, the faint glow from a control panel lighting up the figure inside. It was a hulking shape, suspended in liquid, a figure that could only be described as a nightmare waiting to be unleashed. Its body was massive, filled with unnatural muscle, veins bulging across the surface like some grotesque mockery of life. There were tubes and wires connected to its skin, feeding into it, keeping it in some kind of stasis. Project Doomsday. Arthur studied the creature with a cold, calculating gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could almost feel the power thrumming beneath the surface. It was far from ready. Lex had been right about that. But it was undeniably alive. Lex's voice was strained as he watched Arthur approach the glass. "It's not ready. Not even close." His words were firm, but there was a twinge of uncertainty in them. Arthur's gaze remained locked on the creature, but something shifted in the atmosphere, something more subtle. He tilted his head slightly, feeling a faint vibration in the air. It wasn't just the creature that was alive. There was something else, something hidden, breathing, quiet but unmistakable. His eyes snapped back to Lex, his tone sharp. "You have someone else here, don't you?" Lex froze, his expression flickering for just a moment before he regained his composure. What are you talking about?" he said, trying to hide the sudden unease in his voice. But Arthur saw through it. Chapter 28 Powerhouse's Collider's grip tightened around his sword, its blade gleaming under the sterile lab lights. His glowing eyes burned into Lex, who stood a few steps away, his usual arrogance now laced with unease. "Explain." Arthur's voice was low, edged with a deadly calm as he pointed his sword toward a section of the wall, the one that had no doors, no markings, yet radiated something hidden. Lex raised his hands in a show of surrender, his voice laced with a controlled, forced patience. "You're imagining things, there's nothing beyond." Arthur didn't let him finish. With a flick of his wrist, Ruler's authority surged through the air, and in an instant, Lex was yanked off his feet. His body slammed into the very wall he was trying to protect, a sharp gasp escaping him as the impact rattled the room. Before Lex could recover, Arthur lifted his other hand, this time toward Doomsday's containment tube. The reinforced glass groaned under an invisible force, fractures forming like spiderwebs across its surface. The fluid inside churned violently as the creature stirred. "I'll break it," Arthur said, his tone emotionless. Lex's eyes widened, a rare genuine flash of panic crossing his face. He struggled against the unseen grip holding him against the wall. "You crazy bastard." He clenched his teeth, then let out a sharp breath. All right, you win." Arthur didn't lower his hand. His expression was unreadable, but his glowing eyes remained locked onto Lex. Lex coughed, shifting uncomfortably before muttering, "I managed to capture someone. Someone who even slipped through the Justice League's radar. They couldn't find any trace of it, no evidence, nothing." Arthur's expression didn't change. He only said two words. "Open it." Lex hesitated. Arthur tightened his hold on both Lex and the Doomsday tube. The glass let out a sharp crack. Now, cursing under his breath, Lex finally relented. With a reluctant motion, he pressed a hidden switch embedded in the wall. A seam appeared where there was once nothing, then with a mechanical hiss, a section of the wall slid open, revealing another chamber beyond. Arthur stepped forward, sword still in hand. The air was heavy, charged, wrong. His instincts screamed at him. This was big. And then he saw her. Arthur stopped dead in his tracks. Suspended in the center of the dimly lit chamber was a large containment pod, humming softly with streaks of energy flickering along its surface. Inside, motionless, was a young woman, her body restrained by advanced restraints and sealed bindings and of course kryptonite. Her golden hair floated slightly in the zero-gravity stasis, and her flawless features were illuminated by the soft blue glow of the containment field. Arthur barely processed the readings flashing on the screen beside the pod. The name written there wasn't needed. He knew exactly who this was. Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Arthur exhaled slowly, his mind racing. Lex had captured her, hidden her so well that even the Justice League hadn't found her. Lex's voice broke the silence. "I take it you recognize her." Arthur didn't look at him. His fingers clenched around the hilt of his sword, his jaw tightening. "Lex, ever the opportunist," continued. "Do you have any idea how hard it was to get my hands on an actual Kryptonian? Let alone keep her hidden. The League has been looking for her for some time now. And yet, here she is." He let out a smug chuckle. "It's not that they never suspected me, of course I simply was 5 steps ahead." Arthur turned his gaze to him slowly, his expression unreadable. But in that moment, Lex felt something different, something colder than before. Lex pressed on, sensing an opportunity. "Think about it, Arthur. A Kryptonian, under your control. You want power. There's nothing more powerful than having a living, breathing Kryptonian as your asset. Imagine the possibilities. What I can create. I can make you even strong." Arthur moved so fast that Lex didn't even see it. In a blink, his sword was at Lex's throat. The billionaire froze, his smirk vanishing. Arthur's voice was calm, but his next words carried absolute finality. "Shut up." Lex swallowed hard, realizing he may have seriously miscalculated. Arthur stood motionless, eyes locked onto Kara's restrained form. The soft blue glow of the stasis field reflected off his blade, his grip tightening around the hilt. Then, without looking away, he raised his hand. Blade. A shadow rippled beside him, and from it emerged a tall, dark-cloaked figure, his deadliest shadow soldier. Blade stood silently, his eerie, glowing eyes scanning the chamber. Arthur gave a simple order. "Destroy every camera here." Blade didn't immediately act. Instead, his head turned slightly, scanning the room with a cold, calculating gaze. A fraction of a second later, he moved. A series of precise gunshots echoed through the chamber, each shot finding its mark. Sparks erupted from every mounted device, security feeds, sensors, monitoring systems, they were all eliminated with deadly efficiency. Lex flinched, involuntarily taking a step back as the destruction unfolded before him. Arthur didn't stop there. Another shadow rippled, followed by a wave of darkness as more of his demons emerged, hulking, monstrous figures with gleaming eyes and claws sharper than steel. Arthur pointed at Kara's restraints. Tear everything apart. His demons bowed in unison before lunging forward. With terrifying strength, they ripped and shredded at the metal bindings, their claws effortlessly carving through what should have been unbreakable material. The sealed locks cracked and buckled under the sheer force. Sparks and energy flickered wildly as they dismantled the containment unit, inch by inch. Lex's composure shattered. He took another step back, mouth opening as if to protest, but the sight before him rendered him speechless. This wasn't normal. This wasn't natural. This was something beyond his calculations. Arthur finally turned his gaze to him, eyes glowing with an almost amused disdain. "I'd say it's impressive that you even managed to capture her," Arthur mused, tilting his head slightly. His tone wasn't mocking. If anything, it was eerily neutral. "But then again, it's you, and you're a sick bastard." Lex gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a way out of this situation. The moment the last restraint shattered, Arthur kicked the glowing shard of kryptonite far across the lab, sending it clattering into the darkness. The sickly green glow flickered and faded. One of his shadow soldiers, a towering demon, stepped forward, carefully lifting Kara's unconscious form in its arms. Arthur studied her, his expression unreadable. Too easy. His gut told him something was wrong. Then, it happened. A sudden gasp, sharp, ragged, and filled with unrestrained fury. Kara's eyes snapped open, blazing, burning red. The entire room trembled. A shockwave exploded outward, hurling the shadow soldier carrying her across the lab like a ragdoll. It slammed into the wall with enough force to leave a deep crater before disintegrating into smoke. Arthur barely had time to react before Kara was already on him. "Who are you? Where am I?" she screamed, her voice raw with rage and confusion. Her fist rocketed toward his face. He barely managed to shift his stance, bringing his sword up just in time to absorb the brunt of the impact. The sheer force sent him skidding backward, his boots carving deep grooves into the lab's metallic floor. Another shockwave. The walls cracked, machinery shattered, alarms wailed. Arthur clenched his jaw. This was bad. His shadow soldiers rushed forward, moving to restrain her. Kara saw them, and reacted instantly. Her heat vision ignited, two beams of pure destruction lancing through the air. The first soldier vanished in smoke before it even reached her. The second lunged, only to be grabbed midair and driven headfirst into the ground with earth-shaking force. Arthur cursed under his breath. She wasn't thinking. She was running purely on instinct, rage, confusion and fear. And he was the enemy. "Damn it, Kara," Arthur growled, gripping his sword tightly as he barely dodged another wild punch, her strikes coming at him with the speed of a lightning storm. "You need to." She didn't listen. She wasn't hearing him. A blinding blur, she was on him again, this time aiming straight for his throat. Arthur gritted his teeth. There was no more time for words. His sword whipped upward, the edge gleaming under the flickering lights. Steel met steel. A moment of stillness, then the air cracked apart as their collision sent another shockwave rippling through the lab. And in the chaos, Lex Luthor smirked. With Arthur distracted, the king of Metropolis turned on his heel, and ran. Arthur snarled as he raised his hand, willing the force of ruler's authority to wrap around Kara and bind her in place. Nothing. Her body tensed for half a second, muscles straining, but then, crack. She shattered through it, breaking free as if his ability was nothing but a weak thread trying to restrain a hurricane. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Figures. Kara blurred toward him, fist cocked back, the sheer pressure behind her charge bending the steel floor beneath her feet. Arthur didn't hesitate. He threw the nearest thing within reach, a computer console the size of a desk. It slammed into her face, barely slowing her down. "Blade, take her attention." The elite Night Shadow soldier responded instantly. Two sleek, black handguns materialized in Blade's hands, and he unloaded on her, his arms a blur as round after round pelted against her indestructible body. The bullets pinged off her like raindrops on steel. Kara glared, heat vision crackling in her eyes, and before Arthur could warn him, she moved. In one swift motion, she snatched Blade by the throat, lifted him off the ground, and then, boom. She slammed him into the ground with the force of a meteor impact, the entire lab quaking from the blow. Blade's form shattered into smoke, dissipating instantly. Arthur sighed. Yeah, it's a waste of mana to keep letting them regenerate against her, this isn't gonna end well. Kara didn't wait, she charged again, her expression a mix of rage and confusion. Arthur dodged. Barely. Her fist missed his jaw by an inch, the wind pressure alone making his ears ring. Arthur ducked low and retaliated, a brutal kick to the ribs. His boot connected with a satisfying impact, sending Kara skidding backward, but she barely reacted. No hesitation. She attacked. Arthur met her in midair, twisting his body and slamming a heavy elbow strike into her stomach. For a brief second, her face twisted in pain, then she recovered instantly, grabbed his wrist, and, boom. Her punch smashed into his chest like a battering ram, sending him flying across the lab. Arthur's back hit something massive and glass-like, crack. He barely had time to register the cold liquid rushing over his shoulders before the entire containment tank behind him exploded. A guttural growl rumbled from behind him. Arthur blinked. He slowly turned his head and stared. Inside the now shattered containment unit, something shifted. A hulking, monstrous figure, covered in bone spikes and pulsing muscle, stirred inside the broken chamber. Arthur let out a slow breath. Great. Chapter 29 Arthur and Supergirl vs Doomsday. Arthur groaned as he pushed himself off the ground, his muscles aching from the hit. He reached for his sword, its cold steel reassuring in his grip, and took a slow breath. This is bad. This was not part of the plan. He flicked his gaze toward Kara, who was already bracing for another attack, her fists clenched, eyes burning with raw power. Arthur narrowed his eyes. All right, enough Kara Zor-El. He held up a hand, voice steady. We need to stop playing around. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, just enough time for him to continue. I don't want to fight you, he said, keeping his stance calm, unwavering. I mean you no harm. Her breathing was ragged, her body still tense from combat. The confusion in her eyes battled against the adrenaline-fueled rage she had woken up with. Arthur could see it, the flicker of doubt. For a moment, he thought he had reached her. Then her expression hardened. She lunged. Arthur stood his ground. Kara's fist shot forward, aiming directly for his face, a blow strong enough to break mountains. But Arthur didn't move, not a single step. At the last second, mere millimeters away from his nose, she stopped. The air crackled between them, her fist hovering so close he could feel the heat radiating off of it. Her breath hitched, the fury in her eyes flickering into uncertainty. Why aren't you fighting back? She finally asked, her voice low, wary. Arthur exhaled slowly. Because I don't need to. Now calm down, Kara. Then, without breaking eye contact, he slowly lifted his hand and pointed over her shoulder. Kara's brows furrowed, but she followed his gesture. Behind her, the shattered remains of the containment chamber hissed as smoke and coolant spilled across the floor. And then, a monstrous snarl cut through the tension. The shadows shifted. The ground trembled. Then, slowly massive, bony fingers gripped the edges of the broken containment unit. A pair of burning red eyes snapped open. Arthur tightened his grip on his sword. We have a bigger problem. Arthur tightened his grip on his sword as the beast in front of him stirred, muscles twitching beneath thick, pale gray skin. Doomsday's deep, guttural growl echoed through the lab, a sound that sent a primal warning through the air. The containment fluids dripped from his massive form, steam rising as the monster shifted, slowly awakening. Arthur exhaled sharply. That thing isn't at full strength yet. His eyes flicked toward Kara, who was still tense, fists clenched. Fuck, she's still processing. Arthur didn't have time for this. I was planning to end him while he was still slumbering, he muttered. But you decided to try the alternative. Kara scowled, still looking between Arthur and the monstrosity in front of them. I still have no idea who you are or why I'm even here. Arthur didn't look at her. His gaze remained locked on Doomsday. Name's Arthur. Kara's expression darkened, her brows knitting together. Great. That doesn't explain anything. Arthur sighed, side-eyeing her. You were captured by Lex. We're in one of his hidden labs. For a moment, Kara didn't react. But then, realization flashed in her eyes. her breath catching in her throat. Captured, she echoed, her voice lower now. By Lex. Arthur glanced at her again. I take it that's not ringing any bells. Kara's jaw tightened, her fingers twitching at her sides. The last thing I remember. She trailed off, eyes narrowing as she dug through hazy memories. I was in. She stopped, blinking rapidly. I was somewhere. Metropolis. Maybe Gotham. I don't know. It's all fuzzy. Then, I just remember falling unconscious for some reason. Arthur didn't look surprised. Figures. He probably drugged you, kept you contained here, away from the League's eyes. Kara's fists tightened at her sides. Her breathing was heavier now, frustration creeping in. How did you find me? She demanded, turning fully toward him. Arthur finally looked at her, his expression flat, unreadable. I didn't. Kara blinked. What? Arthur exhaled, eyes flicking back to the hulking, barely conscious Doomsday. I came here. For this thing, he admitted. You just happened to be collateral damage. Kara stared at him. Arthur wasn't sure what she'd expected. Some noble rescue mission. A heartfelt declaration that he'd gone through hell just to save her. That wasn't how he operated. Kara's lip curled, and for a second, it looked like she was about to punch him in the face again. But then Doomsday roared, the very foundation of the lab quaking under the force of it. Arthur raised his sword. Questions later. Kara cracked her knuckles, her blue eyes glowing with solar energy as she lifted off the ground slightly. She looked at Arthur. I really don't like you. Arthur smirked. Good. Then empty your frustration on that thing. Doomsday lunged. The lab shook as the monstrous creature lunged, claws tearing through the air like serrated blades. Arthur barely had time to react before he twisted away, the force of the strike carving a deep gouge into the reinforced steel floor. Kara shot upward, avoiding the debris as it rained down, her eyes already burning red-hot with energy. Arthur gritted his teeth. All right then, big guy, let's see what you can take. His Prometheum sword gleamed under the cold lab lights, and with a flash of bloodlust, he disappeared from Doomsday's view, reappearing behind him. With a swift, merciless arc, he swung. The blade bit deep into Doomsday's thick, pale hide, but before Arthur could carve deeper, a sickening sound filled the air. Muscles tightened, wounds closed, bone hardened. Arthur's next slash stopped cold, his sword scraping against what felt like reinforced steel. His eyes widened. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Doomsday spun, his massive fist swinging. Arthur barely managed to raise his blade in time to block, but the sheer force sent him skidding back, boots carving trenches in the metallic floor. The impact sent a shockwave through the lab, knocking over equipment and shattering glass. Kara took advantage of the opening. Her heat vision blazed, twin beams of concentrated solar fury tearing through the air and slamming into Doomsday's chest. The beast staggered, flesh sizzling, then it stopped. Arthur's stomach dropped as the charred wounds began to fade, new layers of thicker, more resilient skin taking their place. Kara's expression twisted into disbelief. What? Doomsday turned toward her, unchanged, unshaken. Arthur exhaled sharply, annoyance creeping into his voice. You were saying, Luther. This thing's not ready. Doomsday's muscles bulged, its spine ridges growing sharper. Arthur clenched his jaw. No wonder it can even kill Superman. The beast roared and lunged at Kara, swinging both arms in a devastating hammer strike. She darted away just in time, but the air tore apart from the sheer force of the blow. The floor beneath them buckled, sending shockwaves through the lab. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Fine. If strength won't cut it. He threw out a hand, and his ruler's authority lashed out, not at Doomsday, but at the environment. The remains of shattered equipment lurched into the air, metallic debris and broken machinery hurling toward the monster like 1,000 deadly projectiles. Glass, steel, and concrete smashed against its body, obscuring it in a cloud of destruction. But as the dust settled, Doomsday stood there, unharmed. Arthur muttered, well, that's just unfair, but I assumed as much. Kara shot forward, slamming a devastating punch into the beast's jaw, the impact sending it crashing through a reinforced wall. She didn't stop. She followed through, raining blow after blow, her fists landing like meteor impacts. Arthur sprinted in, matching her assault, dodging under one of Doomsday's swipes before plunging his sword deep into its gut. For a moment, just a moment, Doomsday staggered. Arthur twisted. The blade, Pressing in harder, Doomsday moved. It grabbed his sword arm with unnatural speed, its grip like iron. Arthur's eyes widened before he was hurled across the room, slamming through a bank of computer terminals. "Arthur," Kara called, but Doomsday was already adapting to her too. Her punches, once staggering the beast, were now barely making it flinch. Arthur groaned, pushing himself up from the wreckage. "This bastard is learning as we fight." Kara gritted her teeth, backing up slightly. "What do we do?" Doomsday snarled, its massive form rippling with adapting muscle and regenerating wounds. Every attack they had landed had worked once, but never again. Arthur clenched his fists, feeling the ache of his bruised knuckles. Kara wiped blood from the corner of her mouth. Arthur exhaled sharply. "We punch harder, and we don't use the same attack twice." Kara glanced at him, her blue eyes burning. "You sure you can keep up?" Arthur smirked despite the pain in his ribs. "Try me." Arthur launched forward first, ducking under a wild swing from Doomsday's massive arm. His footwork was precise, unpredictable, like a street brawler with the instincts of a predator. He threw a sharp uppercut, not to hurt, but to distract. At the same time, he extended his hand. His sword flew through the air, spinning like a saw blade, its strength increasing with Arthur's own intent, controlled by ruler's authority. Doomsday roared, swinging at Arthur, but Kara blurred into action. She twisted midair, slamming both feet into its side, sending it stumbling, right into Arthur's sword. The Prometheum blade slashed across its side, cutting deep, for now. Arthur didn't let up. The moment his feet hit the ground, he twisted, grabbed a loose steel pipe with ruler's authority, and drove it straight into Doomsday's exposed side. It didn't pierce his flesh, and the creature barely reacted. Kara followed up, her fist glowing with solar energy as she struck Doomsday's face, shattering bone. Arthur moved in again, pivoting, grabbing another heavy piece of debris, and slamming it into the beast's knee, forcing it to stagger. They were flowing together now, Arthur weaving around Kara's raw power, and Kara adapting to Arthur's calculated assaults. But Doomsday was adapting faster. Arthur noticed it first. His blade, which had carved through its flesh minutes ago, now barely scratched its skin. Kara's heat vision, which had once burned it, now seemed to do nothing. Doomsday swung at Arthur with unnatural speed. While he managed to slip under it, but the wind pressure sent him skidding back, crashing into debris. Kara shot forward, but this time, Doomsday anticipated her. Its fist caught her midair, sending her smashing through the lab wall. Arthur's stomach twisted at the sound of impact. She didn't get up immediately. Arthur wiped the blood from his lips. His vision blurred, but his mind was sharp. He gritted his teeth. This thing was supposed to be unfinished. Then it hit him. Lex hadn't lied. It wasn't ready, although it was strong. It is still not the actual Doomsday. Which meant, Arthur's eyes flickered to the corner of the room, to the glowing green rock lying where he had kicked it away earlier. He clenched his fist. "Kara, stay away." Chapter 30 Arthur and Supergirl vs Doomsday 2. Arthur clenched his fist, his breath ragged as the kryptonite shot into his hand with a sharp pull of ruler's authority. But he didn't just hold it, he twisted steel around the glowing green shards, forging a crude, jagged gauntlet. The kryptonite pulsed against his skin, radiating something primal and deadly. He had a monster to kill. Doomsday lurched forward, its monstrous roar shaking the ruined lab. Arthur met it head-on. He slammed his kryptonite-wrapped fist into Doomsday's gut, the impact sending shockwaves through the room. The beast staggered, its regeneration faltering for the first time. Arthur didn't let up. He spun, twisting his body like a coiled spring, and drove his boot straight into its ribs. Crack. Doomsday reeled back, a sound somewhere between a snarl and a gasp escaping its throat. Arthur grinned through the blood in his mouth. It felt that. The monster tried to recover, swinging wildly, but Arthur slipped under its attack. His movements were sharp, unpredictable. Every punch, every kick, devastating. Kryptonite cut through Doomsday's flesh like it was nothing. The creature's once unstoppable healing factor slowed, not stopping, but lagging. Arthur saw the shift in its eyes. For the first time, Doomsday hesitated. "That's right, bastard, I can hurt you." He dodged another strike, twisted midair, and brought his fist crashing down onto its skull. The kryptonite-laced steel shattered against its hide, but the impact sent Doomsday staggering to one knee. Then, Kara blurred past him. She tackled Doomsday from behind, her arms locking around its massive torso. Arthur turned, eyes blazing. I said stay away. Are you sure about this? I'm holding kryptonite right next to you. Kara's grip tightened. She grimaced through the pain, her breathing shallow but determined. Just do it. Fast. Arthur didn't hesitate. He grabbed the twisted, glowing gauntlet and slammed it straight into Doomsday's throat. The monster choked, its body convulsing violently as the kryptonite burned from the inside out. Its roars turned into gargled, distorted screams. Arthur reached for his sword. Promethium gleamed under the flickering lights, the blade humming with raw power. With every ounce of strength left in his body, he drove the sword into Doomsday's chest, straight into its heart. It barely pierced at first. Arthur grit his teeth. His arms trembled, his vision blurred, but he pushed. The veins in his arms bulged. His eyes glowed blue, fury and power surging through him as he let out a primal roar. As the sword finally sank to its hilt, he locked eyes with the monster. Doomsday shuddered violently. Its monstrous limbs jerked, reaching, clawing at the weapon buried in its heart. But it was too late. Kryptonite pulsed through its veins, promethium tore into its core. Die! Arthur's voice was thick with bloodlust as he activated it as well. With that final command, he twisted the blade inside the beast's heart, sinking it deeper. Doomsday groaned, but it couldn't move, couldn't escape. Arthur stood still, his glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. He gritted his teeth, feeling every shred of his willpower snapping into place as he watched the once invincible creature's eyes start to fade. And then everything went still. Kara, panting, let go of Doomsday's body, her own strength finally failing her. And then, in that final moment, Doomsday fell, its monstrous frame crashing to the ground. The fury in its eyes faded. Then, with a final, lifeless shudder, it collapsed at Arthur's feet. The kryptonite slipped from Arthur's grasp, rolling across the floor. Doomsday, the unstoppable force, the ultimate weapon, lay lifeless. Arthur groaned, forcing himself up, his entire body screaming in pain. His vision swam. Blood dripped from his lips, his fingers, his side. He stumbled toward the kryptonite, barely managing to lift his foot, and kicked it away from Kara. Arthur stood there, shoulders rising and falling with every exhausted breath, his vision slightly blurred from the fight. He let out a shaky breath, wiping the blood from his mouth. That was not my plan. Kara, still catching her breath, ran a hand through her disheveled blonde hair. Finally, it's over. Arthur turned his gaze to the lifeless husk of Doomsday. His jaw tightened. I'm not sure. Kara blinked, then frowned. What do you mean by that? Arthur studied the corpse, his instincts whispering a warning. I don't think this thing stays dead for long. Kara stepped forward, staring at the unmoving monster. What? Arthur exhaled slowly. I'm not sure, but I think it can resurrect. Could take minutes, hours, days. Depends. I could be wrong. Arthur lowered himself to one knee beside Doomsday's corpse, his fingers hovering just above its thick, scarred chest. His eyes flickered with an eerie glow. But first, he pressed his palm against its cooling skin, the dark energy of his Shadow Monarch powers surging through him. His eyes glowed blue, his aura darkening as he whispered the word, arise. Nothing happened. Arthur's eyes narrowed. His power had never failed before. Not once. Kara crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. What exactly are you doing? Arthur didn't answer immediately. His fingers twitched slightly against Doomsday's chest. Why didn't it work? He muttered under his breath. I never had to concentrate to use this before. He clenched his jaw. This thing is strong. Stronger than me. He exhaled, letting the frustration go. Fine. If one try wasn't enough, he'd force it. Arthur's eyes blazed, and the shadows in the room thickened, stretching unnaturally. Arise. The moment the word left his lips, the shadows beneath the beast shuddered. Black tendrils of pure darkness slithered from within Doomsday's form, writhing and twisting like living things. The massive body remained motionless, but from the deep cracks in its armor, an abyssal light pulsed. The shadows surged, trying to break free. A low, unnatural rumble echoed through the lab, as if the corpse itself was rejecting the process. Arthur felt it, an immense force resisting him, stronger than anything he had ever tried to claim before. But even as the shadows swirled violently, clawing to take hold, they suddenly collapsed. Shadow extraction failed. 2/3 attempts used. Arthur's breathing was heavy. Sweat dripped down his brow. Kara's eyes darted between him and the unmoving corpse. Arthur. What the hell was that? Arthur didn't answer again. His fingers curled into a fist, his eyes glowing even brighter. One more time, he muttered. This time, he let everything go, every ounce of will, every fragment of control. He shut out the world, feeling only the crushing weight of his own authority pressing down on Doomsday's remains. Arise. The shadows erupted. A violent surge of darkness tore through the corpse like a storm breaking free from a cage. The ground beneath them cracked as an abyssal aura expanded outward. Doomsday's massive form remained lifeless, but from within, the shadow broke free. A hulking figure of pure black rose from the depths of the monster's own corpse. Towering, massive, its jagged form still bore the monstrous features of the creature it was minutes ago, but now, it knelt. The mighty beast, the destroyer of worlds, bowed before its new master. Arthur's lips curled into a slow, triumphant smirk. Wow, the power I'm sensing from this shadow soldier, it was overwhelming, unlike anything he had ever extracted before. Kara staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. No way. She pointed at the shadow, then at Arthur, then back again. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. You turned the dead into one of your summons. Arthur didn't respond right away. He simply watched her, his gaze calm, unreadable, waiting to see what she would do next. She swallowed hard, glancing at the kneeling monster, then back at him. So the ones I fought earlier, they were also dead creatures. Arthur sighed, rolling his shoulders. You could say that. Kara ran a hand through her hair, exhaling sharply. That's insane. What even are you? Arthur smirked. Your savior. Kara scoffed, shaking her head. That's one way to put it. But before she could say anything else, she suddenly staggered, dropping to one knee as she clutched her head. A sharp inhale escaped her lips. Arthur frowned. You need rest. You've been locked up here for some time apparently. I don't know what Lex did to you, but we should leave. That's when they heard it, the sound of approaching people. Lots of them. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he tilted his head slightly, listening. Kara barely had time to react before Arthur's arms wrapped around her. In one swift motion, Arthur scooped her up, pulling her against his chest with ease. Her breath hitched. Wah! His grip was firm but careful, his closeness sending an unexpected shiver down her spine. Don't panic, he murmured, his voice lower, closer than before. Kara's face heated. I'm not. Then, his deep, piercing blue eyes lit up. Exchange. The world around them vanished. Chapter 31 General of the Shadow Army. The world stabilized once more, the glow of LexCorp's lab replaced by the softer, ambient light of Arthur's home. The air smelled different, clean, familiar, safe. The tension of battle lingered in Kara's muscles, but exhaustion weighed heavier. She swayed slightly, her legs weak beneath her. Where are we? She asked, her voice laced with fatigue. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. My house. Jump City. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. You can rest here. Fly off when you're good to go. Kara straightened immediately, stubborn pride kicking in. I'm totally fine. Arthur arched a brow. Are you sure? She smirked, squaring her shoulders. Absolutely. He nodded. All right then. Then he punched her in the face. Not a tap, not a playful jab, a full-force right hook. Kara stumbled back, eyes wide. Ouch. What the hell was that for? Arthur shook out his fist. Damn, that actually stung. He smirked. For attacking me when I saved your ass. Kara rubbed her jaw, glaring. You punch everyone you save. Nope, just the ones who try to kill me right after. His smirk widened. Besides, you're a Kryptonian. You can take it. Kara sighed, rolling her shoulders as if shaking off the weight of everything that had just happened. She glanced at Arthur, then looked away, rubbing the back of her neck. Hey, I'm sorry, and thanks, for everything. Arthur exhaled through his nose, watching her for a moment before responding. I did what I had to do. His gaze shifted toward the window, his mind still lingering on the battle. Besides, both you and Doomsday were stronger than me. I couldn't have killed him without you. Kara tilted her head, studying him. You know, we didn't have to leave. I saw the people coming, they weren't hostile. They were I know who they were, Arthur cut in, his voice even. But I had to leave. Whatever happens with Doomsday now, that's their problem. Kara frowned. But you'd be a hero in their eyes. Why run? Arthur's smirk was faint, but his eyes darkened slightly. He thought about it for a moment, then muttered to himself, yeah, except my own brother took part in making that very thing I had to destroy. He turned to her, shrugging. Maybe, but I like to do things solo. Arthur stretched his shoulders, feeling the exhaustion settle in now that the adrenaline had worn off. He glanced at Kara, who still looked drained but was doing her best to hide it. Treat this place like home, he said, turning toward the hallway. Crash on the couch, raid the fridge, whatever. Just don't break anything important. Kara gave a small, tired smirk. No promises. Arthur huffed a quiet laugh and started walking away. I'm gonna get some rest. Try not to punch me in my sleep. She chuckled, shaking her head. No guarantees on that either. But, thanks, Arthur. Really. He gave a half-hearted wave without looking back. Yeah, and with that, he disappeared into his room, shutting the door behind him. Arthur leaned against the door for a moment, exhaling. His body still ached, his knuckles were bruised, and his muscles felt like they had been wrung dry. But then his lips curled into a smirk. Not like a door would stop you from seeing me anyway, he muttered, glancing at the closed entrance to his room. But it doesn't matter. He turned around, and from the darkness of the room, a hulking figure loomed forward. A presence that would send most people into a blind panic, a monster that had been engineered to kill gods now, it knelt. Doomsday, or rather, his shadow. His enormous frame bowed in absolute submission, the inky darkness of his new form rippling slightly, those glowing eyes awaiting their master's command. Arthur took a slow step forward, inspecting him with quiet satisfaction. The system message appeared before him. Name, rank General. Arthur raised a brow. General, huh, figures. I didn't even name you yet. He crossed his arms, smirking. I was gonna call you something even more dramatic, but honestly, Doom, is fine, so Doom it shall be. New Shadow added. General, Doom. The massive shadow let out a low, guttural growl, not of hostility, but of acknowledgement. Arthur exhaled sharply, placing a hand on his hip. Easily my strongest soldier, and probably will be for a long time. But damn, that was a fight. Let's see what I got out of it. You have leveled up. 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 Bloodlust level 2. State of fear for 2 minutes and reducing all of the target's stats by 60%. Arthur blinked as the system spammed him with notifications. Huh, that's a lot. He scrolled through, and his eyes widened slightly at the next screen. Quest completed. Kill the hostile Doomsday. Failure condition. 24 hours in the penalty zone. Arthur huffed a laugh. Damn, that penalty's not even bad, just a pain in the ass. Good thing I didn't check this mid-fight. Then, his gaze landed on the real prizes. Rewards acquired. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets S-tier indestructible claws capable of tearing through Kryptonian tier defenses. Can evolve spikes. Grants user enhanced melee combat instincts. Omega hardened hide armor set rarity. A full body armor crafted from Doomsday's near invulnerable corpse. Nullifies most energy attacks. Highly resistant to blunt force. Anti-Kryptonian blood vial epic a concentrated sample of Doomsday's blood. Can be used to create kryptonite enhanced weapons. Arthur stared at the screen for a long moment before letting out a low whistle. So I can actually craft weapons now. His smirk widened. That's nice. He closed the screen and flexed his fingers. The fight had been hell, but looking at the rewards now. Totally worth it. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he pulled up his status screen. Name. Arthur Blackwynd. Job. Necromancer. Title. Bane of the Unworthy plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level. 60 fatigue. 90 HP. 1,255,100ths of a megapixel. 3,006,850ths. He whistled. Damn, that fight really did a number on me. His health bar was barely hanging on. He scrolled further, allocating his ability points. Strength. 110 right pointing arrow, 134 health. 98 right pointing arrow, 111 agility. 58 right pointing arrow, 85 intelligence. 130 right pointing arrow 143 cents. 58 right pointing arrow 76 available ability points. 30 right pointing arrow 0 Arthur flexed his fingers, feeling the subtle increase in power as his body adjusted to the stat boost. He had to increase his agility, which was a must after getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Passive skill. Tenacity level 1 job specific skill. Shadow extraction, Shadow Army limit 12/60th Shadow. Exchange skills. Bloodlust level 2 Ruler's authority equipment. Omega hardened hide equipped Abyssforged necklace equipped inventory. Doomsday's bone gauntlets Azeroth knight armor set greatsword of the lowborn Prometheum sword anti-Kryptonian blood vial tower of fate key. Arthur sighed and reached for his new armor the Omega hardened hide. The second it wrapped around him, his entire body was encased in the near indestructible remains of Doomsday. The material felt eerily light despite its insane durability. Thank God this thing can turn invisible, he muttered, or I'd look like a walking rock monster. He clenched his fist, testing the flexibility. The armor responded like a second skin, and when he tensed, a faint ripple of reinforced energy pulsed through it. Arthur smirked. Yeah, this'll do. His gaze flickered to his Shadow Army count. 12/60ths. For the longest time, he had been picky about his soldiers. If they weren't strong, he didn't bother getting more. I should get more soldiers, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. Doesn't matter if they're weak. Quantity's starting to look just as important as quality since I have a general now. Doom, still kneeling, let out a low, rumbling growl. Arthur chuckled. Don't get jealous. You're still gonna be the strongest. Arthur exhaled deeply, letting himself sink into the mattress. His body ached, his muscles screamed, and his mind was foggy from fatigue. The fight had pushed him to his absolute limit. If not for Kara, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Thank God for this skill, he muttered under his breath as his status screen flickered in his vision. Passive skill. Longevity immune to diseases, poisons, and other harmful abilities. Regeneration speed far surpasses that of a normal human. Healing increases exponentially while sleeping. Arthur smirked tiredly. His body was already working overtime, knitting his wounds back together at an unnatural rate. The dull pain in his ribs faded slightly, and the bruises decorating his skin lost some of their deep color. His eyes burned with renewed determination as he clenched his fists. I'll go and finish business in that tower. The faintest glow of blue flickered in his irises before his exhaustion finally won, and his body went still. Lex Corp Lex Luthor sat in his office, eyes burning with barely contained fury. The monitors before him flickered with security footage from one of his surviving cameras. His secret lab, now swarming with Justice League members capturing Doomsday Corpse. Debris and shattered equipment lay everywhere, the aftermath of a battle far beyond what his defenses had been prepared for in a worst-case scenario. His teeth clenched so hard it hurt. How had it come to this? His most classified project, Doomsday, was gone. Kara Zor-El, his prized Kryptonian prisoner, had vanished. And worst of all, Arthur Blackwynd. That nobody had torn through his plans like a force of nature. Luthor slammed a fist against his desk, eyes blazing with rage. I can't believe this happened. That bastard ruined everything. I will burn him to the ground. I will destroy everything he has. His power, his secrets, everything. And now the Justice League is on my doorstep. How? He can't possibly be working with them. His voice echoed through the room. He breathed heavily, chest rising and falling with anger. His mind was searching for contingency plans. Through the wreckage of his schemes, he needed control. He needed a way to turn this disaster around. But then a shadow fell over him. The air in the room shifted, growing dense, suffocating. Lex's eyes snapped up. A red and blue silhouette stood at his door. The sheer presence of the person sent a chill crawling down his spine. Superman. The Kryptonian stepped forward, his expression unreadable, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Lex, he said, voice steady, absolute. You're coming with us. Chapter 32. Batman is watching Justice League Watchtower. The holographic screen flickered as Cyborg played the last moments of LexCorp's security footage. A grainy but unmistakable image of Arthur Blackwynd appeared, standing motionless. But what caught the League's attention wasn't just him, it was the dark, humanoid figure at his side. The shadowy entity, One of his soldiers raised its weapon with inhuman precision. In a flash, a series of dark projectiles shot out, striking multiple security cameras before they could capture anything more. The screen went black. Silence filled the room. "That's an interesting ability," Green Lantern muttered, breaking the quiet. "Controlling independent fighters. More importantly," Hawkman grumbled, arms folded, "who the hell is that?" Cyborg leaned back, arms crossed. "His name's Arthur Blackwynd. Not long ago, he joined us on a mission." He gestured at the screen. "I managed to track his brother all the way to Lex's building while Arthur was fighting the Titans. But somehow, he still got there." Cyborg shook his head. "And before you ask, no, he's not an alien. But even I don't know what to classify him as." A moment of silence passed before Batman finally spoke. "Arthur Blackwynd." The room turned toward him as he continued, his voice level and precise, as if he had rehearsed the words in his head. "Abilities. Shadow-based necromancy. Capable of summoning and controlling creatures that act as his soldiers. Enhanced physicality. Skilled in swordsmanship and unarmed combat. Possesses an ability similar to telekinesis but limited to objects and his weapons. Has knowledge of the supernatural and mystical. Likely has an unknown form of teleportation." The room went dead silent. Green Arrow narrowed his eyes. "How the hell do you already know all of this?" Batman's expression remained unreadable. "It's my job." Before anyone could question him further, Batman tapped a control on the table, and a new video feed replaced the black screen. "This," he said, "was pulled from one surviving camera." The League watched intently as the shaky footage showed Arthur and Kara fighting Doomsday. Though the angle didn't capture the full battle, the video was shaky, likely from the shockwaves of their battle, but for a brief moment, they could make out explosions of force, movements too fast for the camera to track, but it was clear enough to see the level of destruction. The ground trembled, shadows moved unnaturally, and Arthur held his ground against something that should have torn him apart. The video ended. "Okay, that's definitely something," Flash said, scratching the back of his head. "Dude fought that and still managed to live." Batman barely spared him a glance. "That's the problem." Superman's eyes narrowed. Meaning, Batman said coolly, "We still have no idea what his true intentions are. You don't gain that level of power without a goal, and I don't like mysteries." Wonder Woman leaned back in her seat. "He fought against Lex and took down Doomsday. If he had ill intent, we would have seen it already." Martian Manhunter, who had remained silent, finally added, "Unless he is simply waiting for the right moment to do something." Superman exhaled sharply, clearly frustrated, but before he could argue further, Flash piped up, looking between them. "Okay, so worst case scenario, he's a guy with a god-tier power set and a grudge against bad people like Lex." Flash shrugged. "If he wanted to be our problem, we'd know by now." Superman exhaled, arms crossed. "Well, Bruce, thanks to him, at least we know Kara is safe. And we have Lex, but we can't keep him here for long. I'll extract more from Lex about his experiments." Batman's tone was cold, matter of fact. Flash arched a brow. "You think he w?" Batman didn't even look at him. "He will." The weight behind his words made even Green Lantern shift uncomfortably. Superman exhaled sharply. "And what about Kara, Bruce? She was with this Arthur. If she trusts him, that has to count for something." Batman, however, wasn't convinced. He steepled his fingers, eyes narrowing at the frozen image of Arthur on the screen. "I'll watch him myself." Jump City, Blackwynd Estate. Arthur was jolted awake, not by his own will, but by someone shaking him. His groggy eyes snapped open to see Kara standing over him, arms crossed, looking far too awake for someone who had nearly collapsed from exhaustion the night before. He blinked. "Why are you waking me up?" His voice was still rough with sleep. "No, actually, why are you still here?" Kara shrugged. "Because your mother." Arthur frowned, still trying to shake off the sleep. "What does that even mean? What about my Mo?" Then his mind caught up. Eyes wide, he sat up straight. "Wait, my mother, my actual mother saw you." Kara smirked. "Yeah, figured I'd stick around and hang out, and I came here to wake you up considering how she was looking for you." Arthur groaned, rubbing his face. "Kara, I swear, if your male version shows up at my doorstep because of this," she waved him off. "Relax. I already flew over to National City and came back, they know I'm back. Arthur stared at her. You left. Kara nodded. Yep. And then you came back. Another nod. Arthur sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. Why? Kara just smiled innocently. Because I wanted to. Arthur threw his head back onto the pillow. Of course you did. Before he could process anything further, a soft knock came from the door. Then, before Arthur could even tell them to wait, his mother walked in. She looked at Kara, then at Arthur, then back at Kara. A slow smile spread across her face. Oh, so this is the girl we talked about. Arthur bolted upright. No. Also, we didn't talk about any girl. Except Kara, completely unfazed, extended her hand. Hi, I'm Kara Danvers. Arthur's entire soul deflated. He pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply. You're really not helping. His mother's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, so this is serious enough for last names. Arthur whipped his head around. Excuse me. His mother ignored him, instead shaking Kara's hand warmly. It's nice to meet you, dear. I was wondering when my son would finally. Kara just grinned, clearly enjoying this. Finally what? Arthur cut her off immediately. No. His mother ignored him again, turning back to Kara. So, are you two dating, or is he still in his brooding phase? Arthur glared at her. Don't encourage her, let's just leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As Arthur grabbed his jacket, clearly planning to leave and avoid any further awkwardness, his mother called out from the kitchen. Oh, by the way, he froze, mid-step, already regretting the moment he stepped foot back in the house. He turned slowly, eyes narrowing. What now? His mother didn't even look up from her phone as she spoke. Something happened in your brother's office. He had to head to Metropolis for some business, but he's fine, don't worry about it, just wanted to let you know. Arthur nodded, not giving away anything. His mind briefly drifted to the chaos that had unfolded in his office, the Titans, Lex, the tension. But he kept it to himself. There was no need for his mother to know about that. He wasn't sure how much he actually wanted to share, even with her. Yeah, as long as he's fine, Arthur repeated, his voice steady. He didn't want to worry her. He looked at her, shifting his focus back to the present. Anyway, I'll be heading out for school then. I'm going for some trip, might take a week for me to return, maybe more. His mother raised an eyebrow. Oh, with Kara. Arthur froze for a moment, and before he could respond, Kara was already there, understanding the unspoken tension in his expression. She quickly chimed in with a wide, innocent smile. Yes, it's a school trip, right? Arthur's face palmed in exasperation, but Kara just shot him a playful grin. His mother looked between them, her eyes narrowing for just a second, but then she shrugged and smiled. Right, well, take care then. As his mother turned to leave, Arthur's eyes glinted with quiet determination as he discreetly extended his reach with one of his shadow soldiers, placing it in the room where it could keep a low watch over his mother, just in case. He didn't like the idea of leaving her completely unprotected, especially with everything going on. As he stepped out of the house, Arthur couldn't help but thinking about one thing in his mind. Enough wasted time. Time to hit that tower. Chapter 33. Back to the Tower of Fate. Arthur noticed the extra footsteps following him outside the house. His eye twitched. You know you can leave now, right? He said without looking back. I already have one person stalking me. Kara, walking just a step behind him, smirked. Oh, and here I thought you'd be flattered that I want to spend time with my savior. Arthur rolled his eyes. You almost punched a hole through me, Kara. Pretty sure you didn't need saving the moment I set you free. That's not the point, she said, stepping up beside him. The point is, you saved me, when no one else did. Arthur sighed. Look, I don't have time or energy for distractions right now. I've got school, then an important business trip. Kara arched an eyebrow. The school trip? Why, you just told your mother. Arthur deadpanned. Yes, business. Very important, very confidential. Can't tell you. She crossed her arms. Then I'll stay. Arthur came to a halt, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course you will. She grinned at him like she just won an argument. Arthur let out a long, exaggerated sigh before shrugging. Fine, you win. You're a Kryptonian. I can't beat you to a pulp here and then go on my way. For now, Kara snorted, covering her mouth. Wow, romance really isn't your thing, huh? Arthur ignored her and waved a dismissive hand. How about this? I'll be back in about 10 days or so. You want to hang out or whatever? Fine, we'll call it a date. The moment the words left his mouth, Kara's expression lit up. Really? Arthur regretted his life choices instantly. Quote. Yes. Before he could process what was happening, she shot up into the sky like a missile. I'll hold you to it, she yelled, her voice carrying over the wind as she disappeared into the clouds. Arthur stood there for a long moment, staring at the spot where she had just been. Then, with all the enthusiasm of a man trudging to his own execution, he muttered, "What the hell did I just do?" Before continuing on his way. The final school bell rang, and Arthur wasted no time grabbing his bag and heading for the exit. The halls were crowded with students eager to leave, but Arthur weaved through them effortlessly, his mind elsewhere. As he stepped outside, he casually scanned the area. No sign of Raven or the Titans or anything unusual. Not that he expected them to show up, but still, he smirked to himself. Guess they don't care much about this. Or maybe, some of them are hospitalized. He hummed in amusement at the thought. Not that he went hard on them. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he turned away from the bustling school grounds and started toward his true destination, the Tower of Fate. The farther he walked, the more the scenery changed. The neatly paved roads gave way to cracked concrete, the buildings becoming older, rougher, as he entered the slums of Jump City. Fewer streetlights worked here, casting long shadows in the alleys, making the whole place feel like something out of a crime thriller. Arthur barely paid attention. His mind was locked onto one thing, the entrance to the tower. Arthur took a deep breath. All right. Let's get this over with. Then, without hesitation, he used the key and entered. The second he crossed the threshold, the system reacted. You have cleared the first 10 levels of the Tower of Fate. Would you like to teleport directly to level 11? Arthur blinked, then smirked. Well, that's convenient, he muttered. No pointless climbing, no retracing old steps, straight to the action. He liked that. He didn't hesitate. Level 11. The moment the words left his lips, the air around him shifted. The world distorted, the very fabric of reality twisting as golden light enveloped him. His vision blurred, gravity itself seemed to bend, and before he could even take a step forward, he was already there. Level 11. Arthur's vision adjusted as the golden glow of teleportation faded, and he immediately noticed the change in scenery. The air was thick with dust, the walls damp and aged. He stood in an ancient underground labyrinth, dimly illuminated by torches flickering with unnatural blue flames. The scent of mildew and old blood clung to the air. The architecture was archaic, far older than anything he had seen before. Twisting corridors stretched out in multiple directions, lined with faded murals of figures in dark cloaks, their eyes hollow and ominous. Before he could take another, Steffi's instincts screamed. A blur of movement, shadows detached from the walls. Steel glinted. Arthur barely shifted before a curved blade sliced toward his throat. His ruler's authority surged, and with a mere thought, the assassin was violently hurled back like a ragdoll, crashing into the ancient stone wall with a sickening crack. TCH. Arthur's eyes sharpened as more figures emerged from the darkness, at least a dozen. They were clad in tattered but deadly assassin garb, their movements eerily silent. No footsteps, no breathing, just pure, predatory intent. Arthur moved first. The nearest assassin lunged. Arthur's Prometheum sword sliced through his midsection, the enchanted metal shearing through armor like paper. Another one aimed for his blind spot. Arthur spun, ruler's authority catching the assassin midair, snapping his wrist backward before throwing him into two others with bone-breaking force. A flurry of blades rained down from the shadows. Arthur lifted his palm. Ruler's authority seized them midair. The assassins barely had a moment to react before their own weapons reversed and impaled their throats. Bodies hit the ground. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. That was annoying. His senses flared again. More. He didn't even need to turn around to know, they were watching. Waiting. Persistent bastards. Arthur cracked his neck, then without hesitation, lifted his hand. Come out. The temperature in the tunnel dropped. A thick, black mist seeped from the ground, curling unnaturally as his shadows stirred to life. Two figures emerged from the darkness beside him. One was Blade, his silent enforcer, standing with his ominous jagged sword and weapons at the ready, his eyes glinting like cold steel in the dim light. The other was a pair of his shadow demons, their bodies twisting and shifting unnaturally, barely containing their excitement at the promise of slaughter. Arthur flexed his fingers, gripping his sword. "Even you guys might have trouble with this lot." He exhaled, smirking. "Doom is just overkill." From the depths of the tunnels, the assassins moved in. Arthur grinned. "Let's get started." By the time he reached level 20, the torches flickered, casting eerie shadows across the ancient chamber. The stench of death and decay lingered in the cold air, mixing with the faint scent of incense. The walls were lined with archaic carvings, tales of war, conquest, and rebirth. At the center of the room, standing atop a stone dais, was a man who had lived for centuries. Raz Al Ghul. The demon's head stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his emerald eyes glinting with condescension. His dark robes, embroidered with golden patterns, barely moved in the still air. "You move well, boy," Raz remarked, his voice smooth yet laced with arrogance. "Efficient, ruthless, a warrior unshackled by morality, I like that." He smirked slightly. "But reckless, short-sighted, power without wisdom." Arthur said nothing. His eyes glowed ominously, his Prometheum sword resting casually at his side. Raz took a slow step forward, his confidence unshaken. "Tell me, Arthur Blackwynd, do you even understand what I am saying?" Arthur sighed. "You done." Raz chuckled. "You have potential, more than even the detective. But you lack purpose, and I shall." Raz's body moved like a phantom, suddenly closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. A dagger, its edge laced with poison, sliced toward Arthur's throat. Shing! In one impossibly fast motion, Arthur vanished from where he stood. A dark blur streaked past Raz. A gust of wind followed. For a second, nothing happened. Then Raz froze mid-sentence. His smirk twitched. His eyes widened slightly. A thin red line formed across his throat. Arthur stood behind him, his sword extended, glowing faintly with residual power. Raz opened his mouth to speak, but only blood escaped. His head slid from his shoulders. Thud. His body crumpled unceremoniously to the ground. Arthur exhaled, watching as the great Raz Al Ghul fell, his legendary immortality unable to save him this time. He kicked the severed head slightly with his boot. "Weak." Then he added, "For a guy who talks so much about wisdom, you should have known when to shut up." With that, he turned, flicking his sword to the side, dark blood splattering against the stone floor, before walking toward the next challenge. Chapter 34 Monarch of the Sky and Sea Level 30, Arthur stepped forward, boots echoing through the abandoned ruins of the battlefield. His breathing was steady, barely labored, despite the carnage around him. At his back, Doom let out a low, guttural roar, its crimson eyes burning with menace. Beside him, Blade stood motionless, sword dripping with the blood of fallen warriors. Arthur exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of Hawkman and Hawkwoman. Their once proud wings, now tattered and stained, lay broken beneath them. The battlefield had been theirs, a domain of sky and steel, but in the end, not even the heavens could save them. He rolled his shoulders, wincing slightly at the dull ache settling into his muscles. This was different. These past 10 floors had been unlike anything he had experienced before. Arthur thought back to level 21, the moment everything changed. The air had shifted, thick with an unnatural weight that pressed down on his chest. The environment was wrong. Not just a different location but something fundamentally off. It didn't feel like Earth anymore. Gravity had changed. The sky was wrong. Instead of the endless void he was used to, he had found himself under a vast expanse of deep crimson clouds, swirling and shifting as if alive. The air crackled with energy that wasn't quite magic, but something else entirely. The terrain had stretched unnaturally, like a warped reflection of reality, filled with structures that seemed too alien to belong to any civilization he knew. And then came the warriors. Not mindless monsters, not hollow shells conjured to test him. They were Thonogarians. At first, he had dismissed them as just another wave of enemies, until their weapons clashed against his armor, and he realized they were almost real. They bled. They screamed. They felt fear. The battle had been brutal. A sky full of warriors descending like a storm, their nth metal weapons singing through the air, striking with the weight of entire worlds. But they had never fought someone like him. Arthur had carved through their ranks, shadow soldiers following his every command, tearing through the battlefield with merciless precision. Blade moved like a wraith, silent and swift, his strikes almost artistic in their brutality. Doom, on the other hand. Doom was carnage incarnate. Arthur had watched, arms crossed, as his unstoppable general ripped through entire squadrons, crushing warriors in his massive jaws, his roars shaking the very foundation of this realm. Then came the last stand. Hawkman and Hawkwoman. He had expected more. Their tenacity was admirable. They fought as warriors should. Hawkman's rage was like a wildfire, every swing of his mace carrying the weight of vengeance. Hawkwoman moved like the wind, graceful, precise, deadly. But even legends fall. In the end, Arthur stood above them, their wings broken, bodies still. The battlefield was eerily silent, save for the distant rumbling growl of doom. Blade, still holding his sword at the ready, tilted his head slightly. This shadow still might be a bit overkill for these lower levels. Arthur muttered, glancing at Doom. The massive beast huffed, almost as if he was saying that this was the norm for him. Arthur sighed, rolling his neck. Something wasn't right. The Thonogarians had felt real. Their weapons, their tactics, their emotions. His eyes narrowed. A theory had started forming in his mind, but he needed confirmation. Level 31 would tell him everything. Arthur barely had time to react before the world around him shifted violently. The moment he set foot in level 31, one moment, he was surrounded by the eerie ruins of the last battlefield, his boots still wet with Thonogarian blood. The next, he was drowning. Or at least, that's what his instincts screamed. Darkness engulfed him. Heavy, unrelenting pressure crushed down on his body as icy water wrapped around him like a suffocating cocoon. Panic spiked through his mind for a split second, his body tensing, preparing to fight his way back to the surface. Except, there was no surface. Arthur's blue glowing eyes snapped open, their hue cutting through the abyss as he scanned his surroundings. His lungs, expected to burn with the lack of oxygen, remained steady. His body moved fluidly, his strength and speed unhindered despite the crushing depth of the ocean around him. Something wasn't right. His gaze flickered as a blue screen materialized before him. Due to the unique mana of the Shadow Monarch, you are able to breathe, move, and fight underwater indefinitely, so long as mana is available. Current remaining mana duration, 4 hours. Arthur blinked, then scowled. Well, isn't that convenient? He exhaled, watching as a trail of bubbles floated upward, endlessly. His gaze followed them, but he couldn't see the surface. Nothing but an endless abyss. His jaw clenched. What the hell is going on? Why am I in the depths of the goddamn ocean? The silence of the deep was his only answer. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword before he let out a slow, measured breath, forcing himself to focus. 4 hours. That's all the time he had before the system decided he could no longer breathe. Well, no use wasting time. His aura flared, casting long shadows through the ocean depths as he stretched out a hand. Come out. No slacking off. Spread out. Kill anything that moves. With those words, the darkness itself rippled. Emerging from the void, his soldiers took shape, twisted silhouettes of death, their eyes glowing ominously in the dark waters. Blade materialized at his side, his sword gleaming with eerie brilliance, while Doom let out a guttural growl, sending a shockwave through the water. And then, they moved. Arthur had figured out the truth after the first wave of enemies. The moment they appeared, clad in ornate Atlantean armor, their tridents glistening like deep-sea spears, he had known. The garbled words they shouted were clear enough despite the water. Intruder. An outsider dares invade Atlantis. That had been all he needed. The fight wasn't long. It couldn't be. Arthur didn't have time to waste on soldiers who didn't matter. His sword cut through them like a blade through butter, and his soldiers followed, merciless and efficient. Shadows drifted through the water like spectral reapers, tearing through the city's warriors with inhuman precision. And now, with 1 hour remaining, Arthur stood before the final gate, the heart of Atlantis. A massive, ominous castle loomed before him, its golden spires glowing faintly in the dark waters. The remains of shattered guards floated lifelessly around him, their weapons drifting aimlessly in the currents. Arthur didn't even glance at them. His eyes were locked ahead, where the grand throne of Atlantis awaited its king. Instead, he found something else. Arthur exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. Well, this is a disappointment. He tilted his head, letting out a dry chuckle as he casually raised his Prometheum sword. I was half expecting Aquaman. His grip tightened. Not his pathetic, jealous brother. A cold silence filled the throne room. The faint glow of Atlantean torches flickered in the deep, casting eerie shadows that danced across the ruined hall. The water trembled, not from a current, but from something far more ominous. Ocean Master stood at the throne's steps, his eyes burning with rage and defiance. He gripped his trident tighter, his ornate armor gleaming with a regal sheen. Then, they appeared. From the abyssal dark behind Arthur, two figures emerged. First was Blade, the shadow-cloaked assassin whose very presence exuded lethal precision. His black sword, his cold, calculating eyes locked onto the false king, his stance coiled like a viper ready to strike. Then came Doom, a beast of shadow and steel. His form was massive, oppressive. His guttural growl reverberated through the water, sending shockwaves that cracked the marble beneath them. They stood behind Arthur, silent executioners, waiting for their monarch's command. One word, and they would erase Ocean Master from existence. But the command never came. Sheeing, Arthur's Prometheum sword shot out, slicing through the water like a blade through silk. It didn't aim for Ocean Master. Instead, it cut directly in front of Blade and Doom, halting them in their tracks. Their glowing eyes flickered in surprise. Arthur didn't turn to them. His voice was calm, but laced with an edge of amusement. No, the word hung heavy in the water, carrying an undeniable authority. Arthur tilted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming. I want to enjoy this fight. A beat of silence. Then, Blade lowered his weapon. Doom let out a low, guttural sound, his monstrous shoulders relaxing. Arthur smirked. I had a mana handicap, yet you two were very efficient. Well done. The weight of his words sank in, and for the first time since appearing, Blade and Doom knelt. Not because they had to. Not out of obligation, but because they had earned the rarest thing from their monarch, praise. Arthur chuckled softly. They didn't defeat you once, so I didn't lose any mana. The two shadows remained bowed before him for a moment longer, then without a word, faded into Arthur's own shadow. Arthur finally turned his full attention to Ocean Master. A slow smirk curled at his lips as he rolled his shoulders, raising his sword once more. Now, he said, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of excitement. Let's make this a little more fun than the previous fights. Chapter 35 Arthur vs Ocean Master. The waters shook. Arthur vanished. A sudden explosion of force sent a shockwave rippling through the throne room, the sheer speed of his movement distorting the water around him. Before Ocean Master could even react, Arthur was already in front of him, his Prometheum sword gleaming like a crescent of death. Clang! Ocean Master barely raised his trident in time to block, but the sheer impact sent him hurtling back, slamming into a coral-carved pillar that shattered on impact. Arthur didn't wait. He flashed forward again, his glowing eyes locked onto his prey. His sword lashed out in a blur, every strike carrying a lethal precision. Ocean Master gritted his teeth, parrying with desperate efficiency, but Arthur was toying with him. His footwork, his speed, his unpredictable mix of techniques making it impossible for Ocean Master to find an opening. Then, with a flick of his fingers, Arthur used Ruler's authority. A sudden, invisible force yanked Ocean Master forward, right into Arthur's fist. Boom! The impact rippled through the water like a detonation. Ocean Master choked, his head snapping back violently as Arthur's fist buried itself into his gut, sending shockwaves of power coursing through his body. Arthur tilted his head, smirking. You're slowing down, Ocean Master snarled. Despite the pain, he spun his trident and lashed out, aiming for Arthur's ribs. Arthur leaned back effortlessly, dodging the strike by inches. He grabbed the trident with Ruler's authority, halting its movement mid-swing. Ocean Master's eyes widened. Arthur casually let go and slammed his foot into Ocean Master's chest, sending him skidding across the seafloor. Ocean Master gritted his teeth, glaring at Arthur. You arrogant brat. He suddenly twirled his trident, channeling his Atlantean magic into it. The water around them shifted violently, forming into a spiraling vortex of condensed pressure. Arthur's smirk only grew. With a single throw, Ocean Master hurled his trident, a blur of violet and silver streaking toward Arthur like a missile. The sheer speed of it sent a shockwave through the ocean, enough force to skewer even a metahuman. But Arthur was faster. Whoosh! He shifted slightly, letting the trident whistle past his face. His glowing eyes locked onto it mid-flight, and with a subtle raise of his fingers ruler's authority took hold. The trident stopped. It hung in the water for a split second, quivering from the force behind the throw. Then, it reversed. Right back at you. Arthur launched it back at insane speeds, the weapon now under his complete control. Ocean Master barely had time to react. His own trident impaled his thigh, sending a burst of crimson into the water. He grunted in pain, his breath ragged as he staggered, looking down at the weapon lodged in his leg. Arthur approached, his sword resting on his shoulder as he gave a slow, almost lazy grin. I intentionally avoided a fatal strike. He gestured at the trident embedded in Ocean Master's thigh. It'd be a shame to end you with your own weapon. Ocean Master snarled but couldn't hide the flicker of fear in his eyes. Arthur cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. Now then, he lifted his sword, eyes burning with pure dominance. Shall we continue? Ocean Master gritted his teeth, yanking his own trident out of his bleeding leg. The water around him boiled with his fury, his Atlantean magic causing violent currents to spiral around them. You think you're invincible just because you got a few lucky strikes in. Ocean Master growled, twirling his trident with expert precision. The pressure in the water intensified, the weight of the ocean pushing against Arthur like a collapsing mountain. Arthur simply cracked his neck, unbothered. Lucky. Nah. He raised his free hand, fingers curling. Ruler's authority activated. The pressure vanished instantly, like it had never been there. Ocean Master's eyes widened. Arthur vanished. Boom. In an instant, Arthur was above him, blade flashing down. Ocean Master barely blocked in time, but the sheer force sent him crashing into the seafloor, leaving a crater of broken stone and ancient coral. Arthur didn't let up. He darted forward, his Prometheum sword a silver blur in the abyss. Ocean Master, despite his pain, fought back with the grace of a war-hardened Atlantean. He twisted his trident, expertly maneuvering in the water, countering Arthur's strikes with precise parries. But it wasn't enough. Arthur was simply too fast and too strong. His combat style wasn't rigid like Ocean Master's. He mixed everything: swordplay, unarmed combat, ruler's authority, and sheer brute force. Ocean Master lunged, aiming for Arthur's chest. Arthur ducked under the strike, grabbing Ocean Master's wrist mid-motion. A flick of his fingers crack. Ocean Master's wrist snapped. The warlord roared in pain, but Arthur wasn't done. He spun, using his momentum to slam his elbow into Ocean Master's jaw. The force was enough to send him spiraling backward, blood trailing in the water. Arthur exhaled sharply, his glowing eyes locked onto his opponent. You're a bit tough, I'll give you that, he admitted. But you should have figured it out by now. Ocean Master glared, still holding his shattered wrist. Figured out what? Arthur raised his sword, letting the abyssal glow of the ocean reflect off its sharp edge. That you never stood a chance. He thrust his palm forward. Ruler's authority flared to life. Ocean Master suddenly couldn't move. His limbs locked in place as an invisible force seized his entire body. His eyes widened in horror as he felt himself being dragged forward straight towards Arthur. Arthur waited. Then, with one devastating swing, he bisected Ocean Master clean through the chest. The warlord didn't even have time to scream. His body split apart, blood and entrails dispersing into the dark ocean as his life ended in a single, brutal instant. Arthur exhaled. His sword hummed with an eerie glow as the remains of Ocean Master drifted lifelessly in the abyss. Then system notification level 40 complete. You may proceed to the next level or exit the tower. He sheathed his sword and floated in the abyss, thinking. The first 10 floors were filled with unpredictable, borderline insane enemies, lunatics and freaks who moved without pattern. Assassins came next, testing his ability to react under constant ambushes and stealth attacks. Then came the Hawk people, fighters who dominated the skies, forcing him to battle in midair, dealing with speed, aerial combat, and advanced weaponry. And now, the depths of the ocean. Atlanteans, pressure changes, water physics, stamina limitations. His eyes narrowed slightly. I get it now, he murmured. You're not just throwing enemies randomly at me for the sake of it, are you? He looked up, the abyss stretching infinitely above him. You're preparing me. The tower wasn't just giving him stronger opponents. It was forcing him to adapt. To fight in every possible environment, against every possible kind of enemy. It wasn't just about power. It was about mastery. Arthur's smirk slowly returned. Fine, I'll play your game. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist. Next floor. Chapter 36 The Joker's Game. The moment Arthur stepped in level 41, the air around him was hot and suffocating. The ground beneath him was an endless sea of shifting sand dunes, stretching far beyond what his eyes could see. The sky above had an eerie, dark orange hue, as if it were perpetually on the cusp of a storm, but the winds barely stirred the desert. It was a vast, desolate wasteland, the kind that could drive anyone insane with its emptiness, but Arthur remained grounded. He squinted into the distance, noticing faint ancient runes carved into the sand, barely visible unless you knew where to look. They seemed to pulse with a magical energy, faint yet undeniably present. The heat from the sand underfoot didn't faze him, the mana kept him shielded from the oppressive temperature. It didn't take long for him to realize the place felt familiar. He had seen this before, or at least something similar that he read about. As he walked deeper into the desert, the realization hit him. The runes weren't just scattered. They were forming a pattern, a series of sigils that reminded him of an ancient ritual, something tied to magic itself. The air seemed to shimmer, as if the fabric of reality was barely holding itself together in this place. A trial of magic, Arthur muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he took in his surroundings. Looks like I'm in for something bigger than just brute force here. The system notification came soon after, flashing with its usual prompt. System notification: collect 6 permits with the symbol of the lightning bolt to unlock the gate to the boss room in level 50. Arthur let out a soft chuckle, running a hand through his hair. Right, a puzzle, just what I needed. He looked around, then raised an eyebrow. Permits, with lightning bolts. Sounds like someone. So the theme this time is all about magic, I wonder. His thoughts trailed off, the weight of the mysterious trials ahead settling over him. He took a seat on the warm sand, the ever-present heat still doing little to deter him. Let's see, Arthur muttered, summoning his soldiers from the shadows. His demon soldiers formed a circle around him, standing in eerie silence as he began to focus. He reached into his interface, the familiar status bar flashing before him. The numbers, the powers, the skills he had amassed, everything had brought him this far. But according to his speculation, the fight at level 50 it about to be a whole new level. He needed to be prepared. Name: Arthur Blackwynd. Job: Necromancer. Title: Bane of the Unworthy. Plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level 60 right pointing arrow. 80 fatigue, 30 HP, 6600 megapixels, 8150 strength, 134 right pointing arrow. 164 health, 111 right pointing arrow. 141 agility, 85 right pointing arrow. 135 intelligence, 143 right pointing arrow. 169 sense, 76 right pointing arrow. 100 available ability points, 60 right pointing arrow. 0 passive skill, tenacity. Level 1 job specific skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain. New: in battle, increases the strength of all active shadows by 50%. Skills: Bloodlust. Level 2 Ruler's Authority, Mutilation. New: targets vital points and inflicts critical damage by slashing with weapons. Sword Rush. New: launches a barrage of sword strikes from all directions at the target. Equipment: Omega Hardened Hide, Abyssforged Necklace. Inventory: Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets, Azeroth Knight Armor Set, Greatsword of the Lowborn, Prometheum Sword, Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic Tower of Fate. Key. Arthur's eyes lingered on his stats, his gaze sharpening as he noted the increase in his agility and sense. With the upcoming battle and what was clearly an increase in magical prowess, his speed would be more crucial than ever. If it's that person I'm going up against in level 50, I'm going to need to be extremely quick. He let out a slight grin. With a determined nod, he allocated his ability points into agility and sense, pushing his physical prowess and reflexes to the limit. He needed to be faster, smarter, and deadlier. These abilities should give me the edge. I can't afford to waste time on this level. No distractions. He pulled his sword out of its sheath, testing its weight, the Prometheum sword singing in the air. He felt the familiar surge of power from his equipment, his shadows around him ready and waiting. The system's been testing me, I can feel it. Magic, strength, strategy, everything's been building to something. I wonder what the hell it's preparing me for, but it doesn't matter. I'll deal with it. The world outside the tower had been normal. At least, relatively normal. It had been 4 days since Arthur entered the Tower of Fate, and while he was facing trials in an alternate dimension, chaos was slowly unfolding across the earth. In Gotham, Metropolis, and various other major cities, strange reports began flooding the airwaves. Jump City included. Gotham City late afternoon. In the Batcave, the dimly lit room hummed with the low whirring of computer monitors. Batman stood rigid in front of his terminal, his eyes locked onto the live feed of Jump City. The reports were troubling, but not yet catastrophic. People were acting weird. It's happening, Batman muttered, his voice grim. Alfred, ever composed, glanced up from his position, watching Batman scan the footage. Not like your usual chaos, Master Wayne. This is peculiar. Alfred's eyebrow arched as he observed the people on the screens, with one man, perhaps in his 30s, dancing down the street, his arms flailing like a ragdoll, singing the theme song of an old children's show. It was bizarre. Then, on another screen, a group of people were suddenly fixated on a street lamp. Not in a serious way, no. They were obsessed. Touching it, hugging it, admiring it as if it were some kind of precious relic. Quote. Batman was analyzing the situation. I know who's behind this. He clenched his fists, a grimace creeping across his usually stoic face. The Joker had struck again. At the Hall of Justice, the Justice League was already scrambling. Superman paced in front of the main console, rubbing his temples as he tried to process the reports coming in. We've got pockets of anarchy spreading like wildfire. The Joker's involved, I'm sure of it. But how? How could he do this? Wonder Woman, standing with her arms crossed, eyed the footage with a mixture of disbelief and frustration. What is this? People acting like they've lost their minds. Green Lantern was already on edge. So you're telling me that some guy is out there, playing a game where people start randomly singing songs or obsessing over streetlights. And we can't even find him. He threw up his hands in exasperation. Batman's voice cut through the chatter, his tone grave but calculated. He stepped into the room, his cape billowing slightly behind him. You were correct, Clark, it's the Joker. He's releasing some kind of virus. It doesn't kill people, but it messes with their behavior, causes chaos, confusion. The people are acting erratic, irrational, almost like puppets in this game of his. He paused, looking out at the footage of Jump City. He's been targeting large cities, but I am afraid this is only the beginning. Wonder Woman clenched her fist. We need to stop this, Bruce. People are going to get hurt, and Joker's nowhere to be found. We're dealing with one of his stupid games, but how long until it becomes more than just this? Batman stood at the center of the Hall of Justice, his arms crossed, his eyes locked onto the chaotic footage of Jump City. The Joker's virus had turned the city into a madhouse of unpredictable insanity, people breaking into spontaneous dance battles, others treating street signs like holy relics, and entire neighborhoods spiraling into bizarre, nonsensical conflicts. I think I know where Joker is. That got their attention. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and the others turned toward him, waiting. Batman's gaze was cold, calculating. Robin intercepted some data. The virus has been spreading chaotically, except in one location in Jump City. He brought up a map on the holographic display, highlighting a section where the virus should have spread but hadn't. There is one spot in Jump City that is weirdly untouched, it's controlled there. Contained. Green Lantern frowned. You're saying he's setting up camp there? Not unlikely, Batman corrected. This isn't just random chaos, there's a pattern. And we need to stop him before it evolves into something worse. Flash leaned back in his chair. All right, then we go in, take him down before this gets any crazier. No, Batman's voice was firm. I'll investigate alone. Superman stepped forward. Bruce, I'll work with Robin, Batman cut in. Maybe the Titans. But we can't send the full force of the League into Jumped City without tipping Joker off. He thrives on escalation. If he knows we're onto him, he'll trigger something worse before we even get close. Chapter 37 Lightning and Shadow Tower of Fate. Level 50 Arthur stood before a massive stone door, his Prometheum sword resting against his shoulder as he gazed at the intricate lightning bolt symbol carved into the center. The structure itself resembled an ancient fortress, almost like a castle lost to time, its massive walls cracked and weathered. A storm brewed in the skies above, though not a single drop of rain fell, only the distant rumble of thunder and the occasional flicker of lightning illuminating the ominous gateway. He let out a slow breath, glancing at the permits in his hand, 6 metallic tablets, each inscribed with a different rune, but they all had the lightning bolt symbol. He had spent the last 9 floors searching for them, facing nothing but endless ruins, abandoned structures, and old relics of a civilization long past. Arthur rolled his shoulders. Gotta say, this was the least fun set of floors so far. Just scavenging through ancient ruins like a damn treasure hunter. At least the assassins and those winged bastards actually put up a fight. He turned his attention back to his shadow soldiers, standing silently behind him, Doom's towering form, Blade's ever-watchful stance, and the others waiting in the darkness. You all did good. Even if there wasn't much fighting, I'll give credit where it's due. As if responding to his words, the permits in his hands suddenly trembled. Arthur narrowed his glowing blue eyes, watching as they lifted into the air, each one rotating as ancient energy pulsed through them. Slowly, they drifted toward the massive stone door, embedding themselves in circular slots along the edges. The moment the last permit locked into place, the lightning bolt symbol erupted with golden energy, bright enough to make Arthur squint. The entire door trembled, cracks spider webbing across its surface before boom. The stone crumbled away, disintegrating into nothing as a path was revealed. Beyond it lay an entrance to something grand, something regal. Arthur exhaled through his nose. That's my cue to enter. He stepped forward, his boots echoing against the polished black marble floors as he entered. The interior was nothing like the ruins he had explored before in these levels. This one felt alive. Grand, towering columns lined the vast hall, adorned with golden carvings of gods and warriors. The place radiated ancient power, and the very walls seemed to hum with magic. Massive banners hung from above, tattered yet still proud, displaying the sigil of Kondak which Arthur recognized. Arthur's eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the unmistakable architecture, the engravings on the walls, the aura of magic. A slow smirk crept onto his face. Yep, it's confirmed. His footsteps carried him deeper into the throne room. The massive doors leading inside were already open, almost as if expecting him. Inside, the hall stretched into a grand chamber, its high ceiling illuminated by crackling lightning suspended in the air like a storm frozen in time. And at the very end, atop a flight of ancient stone steps, there sat a throne. It wasn't anything special like a king's throne meant to show wealth. No, this was a throne meant for a ruler who took his place through strength alone. And Arthur knew exactly who it belonged to. Seated upon it was a man. In a black and gold uniform, the figure sat in complete stillness, his muscular frame resembling that of a warrior. A regal yet oppressive presence radiated from him, and though he had yet to speak, the sheer authority in the air was suffocating. His piercing eyes, glowing faintly with lightning energy, slowly opened, settling directly on Arthur. Arthur exhaled, gripping his sword tighter as his smirk widened. It's Black Adam, all right, he muttered, before tilting his head slightly. Or should I say, Teth Adam. The name echoed through the throne room like a challenge, and for the first time since entering, Arthur felt a shift in the air, something dangerous. The ruler of Kondak had acknowledged him. A low hum vibrated through the air as Teth Adam slowly rose from his throne. Every movement, from the tightening of his fists to the way his cloak shifted, carried an undeniable weight. This was no ordinary foe. This was a true warrior, a warrior who had lived for centuries, who had conquered, ruled, and destroyed without hesitation. His glowing eyes burned with something deeper than rage. Arthur watched as Adam straightened to his full height, his godlike physique exuding power. The moment his feet touched the marble floor, cracks splintered outward from the sheer pressure of his presence. Without a word, Adam took a single step forward and then vanished. Arthur's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Fast. Before he could react, a black and gold blur was already upon him, and then boom. Arthur barely managed to twist his body as a fist came crashing toward his chest. Even while dodging, the sheer force sent a shockwave through the room, shattering the marble floor beneath them. Arthur skid backward, his boots carving trenches into the ground as he steadied himself. Very fast, he muttered, his glowing blue eyes sharpening. Good. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers. From the shadows of the throne room, dozens of creatures emerged, dark, monstrous figures with glowing eyes. They slithered, crawled around the chamber, surrounding Adam like a pack of wolves. Scatter, Arthur commanded. Like whispers in the dark, the shadows melted into the room, disappearing into the cracks, the walls, the very air itself. They would strike when needed, but for now, Arthur wanted this fight alone. No blade, no doom, just him. Adam raised a brow, glancing at the disappearing shadows before his gaze returned to Arthur. You rely on trickery, he said, his deep voice like rolling thunder. Will you fight from the shadows like a coward? Arthur chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Nah, I just have a lot of options, and I like using them. And then, lightning struck. Adam raised a hand, summoning the storm itself. Bolts of golden energy rained down upon Arthur, turning the throne room into a battlefield of crackling electricity. Arthur's eyes gleamed. He extended his hand ruler's authority. The lightning stopped midair. It twisted, warped, and then, with a flick of Arthur's fingers, redirected. The very bolts Adam had summoned curved back toward him, striking with the force of a divine weapon. But Adam did not flinch. He simply floated over it, the electricity hitting the wall behind him before dispersing into nothing. Adam moved again faster, this time his form blurring as he closed the distance. Arthur barely managed to raise his Prometheum sword before Adam's fist crashed against it. The impact sent a shockwave through the entire throne room, sending pillars crumbling and debris flying in all directions. Arthur twisted his blade, using Adam's own momentum to pivot, his footwork swift, fluid, as he drove a knee toward Adam's ribs. But Adam caught his leg midair and, with a flick of his wrist, and threw him across the throne room. Arthur crashed into a pillar, shattering it into dust before flipping midair and landing on one knee. His grin hadn't faded. Damn, all right, you hit like a truck, this is the fight I was looking for. Adam's response, a single word, Shazam. A bolt of divine lightning crashed down upon him, engulfing his form in golden energy. For a brief moment, he was nothing but a silhouette in the storm, before he re-emerged even faster than before. Arthur braced himself, gripping his sword tightly. Maybe I really should go all out, he muttered, eyes glowing even brighter. Let's see if you can keep up. And then Adam vanished again. Arthur had barely a fraction of a second to react before a fist came crashing towards his face. He twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike, but boom. The sheer force of Adam's punch detonated the air behind him, sending debris flying in every direction. Arthur barely managed to raise his arms before a second punch came, this time aimed at his ribs. He blocked, only for his entire body to be sent skidding across the floor, his boots grinding against the cracked marble. Adam didn't let up. He was already on him again, throwing a brutal sequence of attacks, punches, kicks, elbows, every move precise, overwhelming, and unrelenting. But Arthur wasn't some sluggish brute. He moved fluidly, dodging a lightning-fast uppercut, twisting his body to evade a knee strike, parrying a punch with his forearm. Fist met fist, kick met kick, a demigod met a monarch. Arthur ducked under a swing, driving his knee into Adam's side, making the ancient warrior grunt. But Adam retaliated instantly, grabbing Arthur's leg and hurling him through a nearby pillar. Arthur twisted midair, planting his feet on the shattered remains before launching himself back at Adam. His greatsword appeared in his hand, flashing in his grip. Clang! Adam caught the greatsword with his bare hands, lightning crackling from his fingertips. Your tricks mean nothing, boy, Adam snarled, pushing forward. Arthur grinned through the struggle. I dunno, but you haven't seen all of them yet. With a surge of ruler's authority, he forced Adam's own grip to loosen, just enough for him to wrench the sword free. Arthur twisted, slashing upward, sending a shockwave of force through the throne room. Adam barely dodged, but Arthur was already moving. He kicked off the ground, flipping over Adam's head, landing behind him with a roll, and this time, he didn't waste a second. He equipped his Doomsday's bone gauntlets. His fist shot forward, driven by every ounce of his monstrous strength. Crack! The impact was thunderous. The shockwave rippled through the air as Arthur's punch connected squarely with Adam's jaw, sending the ancient champion soaring across the throne room like a cannonball. Adam's body smashed through a marble pillar, then another until he finally collided with the throne itself, shattering the stone seat into rubble. Dust and debris rained down as Adam lay amidst the wreckage, a deep groove in the floor marking his brutal trajectory. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as his knuckles tingled from the sheer force of the blow. Then, a grin stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "I'm enjoying this, don't disappoint me, Adam." Chapter 38 Lightning and Shadow 2 Lightning struck. Adam spun, hurling a bolt of divine energy at point-blank range. Arthur barely managed to weave around it, the heat singing his cheek as it exploded against the wall behind him. But before he could recover, another bolt. Then another, and another. Arthur dodged left, right, ducked, slid beneath one, flipping over another, his agility being pushed to its absolute limit as Adam continued his relentless storm. Arthur muttered to himself, "I knew this would happen, I came here more than prepared for your strikes." But then Adam's hands sparked with golden energy. He pulled his hands apart, forming a crackling sphere of condensed lightning, the air itself vibrating from its sheer power. "This ends now," Adam declared, and then he hurled it, a massive, devastating surge of power heading straight for Arthur. Arthur smirked. Shadow exchange. In an instant, he disappeared, just as the lightning obliterated where he once stood. But instead of him, one of his shadow demons took the full brunt of the attack, vanishing into smoke and mist. And before Adam could even process it, Arthur reappeared behind him. Sword rush, his blade exploded into motion, launching a barrage of lightning-fast slashes from all directions. Adam barely managed to react, his arms coming up as he blocked strike after strike, clang. Clang, clang. But Arthur wasn't stopping. Sword rush, sword rush, sword rush. Each strike came from a different angle, relentless, overwhelming, unstoppable, until finally, Arthur's last swing broke through, slicing across Adam's chest. A thin line of blood formed. Adam's golden eyes flickered down to the cut, his fingers brushing over the searing pain for just a moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he lifted his gaze to Arthur. "You dare spill the blood of Teth, Adam." His voice was thunder, carrying with it the weight of centuries of power. Lightning crackled wildly around his form, his fury manifesting in raw power. "You will learn what it means to wound a king." Before Arthur could react, Adam lunged. A brutal hand clamped around Arthur's throat, fingers tightening like an unbreakable vice. Then, they were airborne. The world blurred as Adam soared skyward at a speed that shattered the very air around them. The heavens roared with his fury, the desert below shrinking to a mere speck. Then, lightning surged, a devastating bolt forming in the storm above, ready to incinerate Arthur in Adam's grasp. But just as it struck, Arthur vanished. A shadow demon took his place. The bolt of divine lightning obliterated the shadow demon that he was holding, scorching the very air itself around him. Adam's eyes widened, scanning below, and there, standing miles beneath him on the ruined throne room floor, was Arthur, waving sarcastically. "Did you really think I'd let you fry me that easily?" Arthur called out, smirking. Adam's lips curled in a snarl, his rage exploding as he descended like a meteor, electricity dancing violently around his form. Arthur's eyes glowed, and as Adam closed the distance, he simply muttered, "Now is the time." Doom emerged. The monstrous shadow burst from the darkness, its massive frame colliding with Adam in midair. The force of impact was cataclysmic, sending out shockwaves that cracked the ground and shattered nearby pillars. Doom's gargantuan arms wrapped around Adam, crushing him in a bone-snapping embrace, its fists hammering down with unstoppable force. Adam roared, his body erupting with lightning, striking at the beast, but Doom did not yield. Arthur joined the assault. He charged, his doomsday bone gauntlets gleaming as he struck like a force of nature. Adam swung a devastating punch. Arthur blocked it effortlessly, his armor absorbing the impact, dispersing the energy harmlessly. Then, Arthur countered. A knee slammed into Adam's ribs, followed by a brutal elbow to the head, then a spinning backhanded strike, sending Adam staggering. Arthur grinned. "What's wrong, Old man. This isn't the same mighty Black Adam, is it? Adam's eyes flashed with unrelenting fury. He raised his hands, lightning forming, crackling with divine power. But before he could unleash it, Doom's massive fist crashed into his stomach, sending him hurtling back like a ragdoll. Arthur laughed. Oh, this is fun. Adam struggled to rise, fury burning in his gaze, but Arthur was already moving. He dove forward, fist cocked back, his gauntlets radiating power. Let's see how much of a god you really are. The sky cracked with thunder, and the battle raged on. Arthur, Doom, and Blade fought as a unit, relentless and overwhelming. Doom was a walking calamity, his sheer size and brute strength forcing Adam into constant motion, his monstrous fists sending tremors through the throne room with every missed swing. Blade was precision, unleashing a barrage of deadly shadow bullets, each one laced with dark energy, forcing Adam to react on multiple fronts. And Arthur. Arthur was the executioner. Every clash of their blows shattered the air. Lightning and shadow danced in a chaotic storm of power. Fist met fist, sword clashed against divine strikes, pure skill against raw might. Adam blurred forward, lightning wrapping his entire form, a human storm of power. He smashed into Doom, sending the beast staggering back, before pivoting midair, his eyes locking onto Arthur. Boom! Adam's fist came rocketing forward, aiming to cave in Arthur's skull. But Arthur tilted his head at the last second, the punch brushed past his cheek by a fraction of an inch. Too slow. Arthur's knee drove into Adam's stomach, forcing the air from his lungs. Before Adam could counter, Blade fired a shadow bullet, striking him in the side of his face. It didn't pierce his skin, but it was enough to make him flinch, and that moment was all Arthur needed. He spun, slashing across Adam's chest with his Prometheum sword, sparks flying as it tore through enchanted skin. Adam staggered, but his fury was unrelenting. Enough! Adam roared, his voice shaking the throne room itself. His eyes burned with ancient wrath, and he slammed both hands together. The room erupted in a pillar of lightning. Blade was sent flying, leaving Arthur alone in the center of the storm. Adam appeared before him, a blur of divine speed, fist cocked back. Arthur caught the punch. The impact shattered the floor beneath them, sending cracks ripping through the throne room. The two locked eyes, power colliding, unstoppable force against unyielding will. Arthur smirked. That all you got? You are getting tired and slow. Adam's glare hardened. You mock me, but you are a child playing with power beyond your understanding. Arthur tightened his grip around Adam's fist. Maybe, but I'm still winning. He yanked Adam forward, and drove his forehead straight into Adam's nose. Crack. Blood splattered as Adam recoiled, dazed for half a second too long. Arthur vanished. Shadow exchange. Swapping with one of the ever-moving shadow demons around them, he reappeared directly above Adam, midair, sword already in motion. Adam barely reacted in time, raising his arms in an X to block, but Arthur had no intention of cutting him. Instead, he twisted midair, dropped his sword, and drove a monstrous kick into Adam's exposed gut. Adam rocketed back, crashing through his own destroyed throne. Adam coughed, rising to a knee, his body sparking with unstable lightning. He spat blood onto the shattered floor, his glare never wavering. Arthur landed, picking up his sword. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. You're tough, tougher than I thought you would be. Adam, breathing heavily, wiped the blood from his lips. And you are not as weak as I thought. Arthur tilted his head. Oh, almost sounds like respect. Adam's eyes burned with fatigue. Do not mistake acknowledgement for pleading mercy. Arthur simply smirked. Then he vanished. Adam barely had time to process it before locking eyes with the monster that appeared before him, blue eyes glowing thick with bloodlust. The Prometheum sword drove through his chest. Arthur didn't hold back. It was a stab with monstrous force, brutal, lightning fast, and absolute. His sword pierced through Adam's heart, the weight of the blow driving the once mighty warrior to his knees. Adam's breath hitched. His fingers trembled, trying to grip the blade that had impaled him. Lightning crackled weakly around his body, flickering like a dying flame. Arthur leaned down, his face inches from Adam's. Admirable fight. Adam coughed, blood dripping from his lips, but his glare remained defiant. This will not be the end of me. Arthur nodded. I know. I would love to fight you in the outside world, Arthur muttered to himself, He twisted the blade. Adam's body jerked, and then collapsed. Ding. Level 50 cleared. You may proceed to the next floor or exit the tower. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. New items acquired. Arthur glanced at the 2 glowing artifacts materializing before him. Amulet of Shazam's Wrath forged in the heart of Kondak. This amulet once channeled the fury of the gods through Black Adam. Plus 50% lightning damage, plus 30% resistance to magic attacks, plus 20 strength. Arthur lifted the amulet, feeling residual power thrumming within it, the very essence of divine wrath. Damn, this is serious. He could already think of a few opponents that could have a hard time against him now. Then his gaze moved to the second item. Shattered bolt, a fragment of the divine lightning that once empowered a champion of the gods. Though broken, it still crackles with untamed energy, waiting for a master to reshape its power. Looks like I've got another piece to play with. I wonder what I can craft with this. Arthur sighed, looking down at Adam's fading corpse. His fingers twitched at the thought, but he already knew the answer. TCH, shame I can't extract the shadows of the foes here. Even a shadow of Black Adam would have been a monstrous addition to his army. But the tower played by its own rules. It allowed him to grow, to sharpen himself, but it never let him extract the shadows of the fallen enemies. He exhaled and turned toward the massive, looming gateway ahead. The way forward, the next level, the system's choice hovered before him. Proceed to the next floor or exit the tower. Arthur took one last glance at Adam's fallen form before shaking his head. I see no reason not to, he muttered, stepping toward the next trial. Next his body froze. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing with a deep, ominous light. His breath hitched as a pulse of energy surged through him, an echo calling out from the other side of reality. It was faint, but undeniable. A signal, a warning. The shadow soldier he left back home had activated their link. Something was wrong. Arthur's expression hardened in an instant. Without hesitation, he moved. His body blurred into a swirl of darkness as he issued the silent command. Exit the tower. Chapter 39 House of Madness. Arthur stepped into his house, his boots pressing against the wooden floor with a quiet creak. The familiar scent of home lingered in the air, but something was off. His blue eyes scanned the scene before him. Bodies sprawled across the room, some slumped over furniture, others piled on top of one another like discarded dolls. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. What the hell? The men didn't look like the usual burglars. No ski masks, no black gloves, not even a crowbar in sight. Just regular people. Their clothes were casual, but their faces, some of them had that grin. That wide, unnatural smile. The kind that made his stomach churn. Arthur's shadow stretched unnaturally beneath him, and from it rose a kneeling figure. His shadow demons, their glowing eyes fixated on him, waiting for orders. The shadow I exchanged with did this to them, but this is just disturbing. Arthur asked, motioning toward the unconscious weird-looking faces. Arthur's voice was steady, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. Patrol the area, the whole neighborhood. If you find anyone like this, he gestured toward the unconscious intruders, his eyes flickering with something sharp, contain them. No killing. I want answers first. The shadow demons didn't need to be told twice. It vanished into the darkness, dispersing like mist. Arthur clenched his fists. His thoughts were interrupted by a sound of uneven breathing. Arthur followed the noise, stepping over the unconscious bodies without another word. He walked with purpose, boots clicking against the wooden floor, his senses sharp. As he reached the door, he could hear the sound of breathing, soft and erratic. He pushed it open. His mother was huddled in the corner, clutching a fire poker with shaking hands. The second she saw him, her breath hitched. Arthur, she whispered, her voice cracking. Before he could say anything, she rushed him. She wrapped her arms around him, squeezing so tightly that for a second, he almost lost balance. He felt her shaking, her breath uneven against his shoulder. Thank God, she choked out. Thank God you're okay. Arthur, after a moment of surprise, slowly returned the embrace. Yeah, Mom, I'm home. She pulled back just enough to cup his face, scanning him as if trying to make sure he was real. I didn't know if, Arthur, people went crazy. They just came in, laughing, breaking things I had to hide. And then something killed them. All, something. Her eyes flicked over his shoulder. Arthur barely had time to register his mother's panicked grip on his arms before he heard the distinct, guttural growl of one of his shadow demons behind him. His gut told him exactly what that meant. Oh shit, already. Arthur turned around, and sure enough, there it was, one of his shadow demons that he just sent away, looming in the doorway, its glowing eyes locked onto him. And in its claws, a man, writhing, suspended in midair like a freshly caught fish. The guy was flailing, eyes bulging, his mouth twisted into an unnervingly wide grin. He was laughing, but it wasn't normal laughter. It was a high-pitched, gasping cackle, the kind that scraped against the walls and made your skin crawl. His mother screamed, "It's that thing." She blurted out, It killed them. Oh my God, Arthur, Arthur ran a hand down his face, already feeling the headache forming. Mom, Arthur interrupted, his voice steady. Calm down, they are not even dead. Calm down, Arthur, that thing. Arthur turned to the shadow soldier. And, with a simple motion of his hand, the shadow demon obeyed instantly. Releasing its grip, it lowered its head and silently melted into the darkness at the corner of the room, fading back into his own shadows like it had never been there at all. His mother stared, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. The man dropped like a sack of potatoes onto the floor, landing on his back, but he didn't stop laughing. Even curled up, coughing from the impact, he still wheezed out chuckles, his lips twisted into that grotesque grin. Arthur and his mother just stared at him. The dude just lay there, laughing. Arthur sighed, rubbing his jaw as he stared at the man still laughing on the floor. All right, enough of that. Lifting a hand, he called upon ruler's authority. An unseen force wrapped around the man's body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. His limbs dangled like a marionette with its strings cut, but that grin never faded. His eyes were wide, empty in a way that made Arthur's skin crawl, but he just kept laughing, breathless and manic. Arthur's voice was cold. Who sent you? Are you under someone's influence, poisoned? No answer. Just more wheezing, cackling, shaking. His fingers twitched, tightening his unseen grip. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Still nothing. Arthur exhaled through his nose, patience thinning. Fine. Be useless, then, it was worth a try. Without hesitation, he pulled the man toward him and drove his elbow straight into his gut. The laughter stopped instantly. The guy's eyes bulged, his body jerking as all the air left his lungs at once. A strangled croak escaped his throat before his head lolled forward, completely unconscious. Arthur let him go, letting his body drop to the floor like a discarded puppet. Silence. Arthur sighed and crossed his arms and turned towards his mother. Okay, look, I know how this looks. You know how this looks. His mother threw her hands in the air. Arthur, there are unconscious people in our house. A demon that apparently listens to you just dragged another lunatic here. What part of this is normal? Arthur exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. Mom, I'll explain everything in time. But first, tell me what the hell is going on. The room was quiet, aside from the occasional distant sound of sirens echoing through the city. His mother had told him everything, the sudden chaos, the people acting erratically, the growing sense of dread spreading through Jump City. It wasn't just crime, it was something worse. Something unnatural. Arthur sat back in his chair, arms crossed as he processed it all. I see, he muttered, eyes sharp. So it's a toxin of some sort affecting people. I already have in mind a few suspects who could pull off something on this scale. His mother, sitting across from him, suddenly reached out and grabbed his hands, squeezing them tightly. There was an urgency in her grip, a fear laced into every word as she whispered, "These suspects, it's those supervillains, isn't it?" Arthur didn't answer immediately. He could see the way her fingers trembled, the way she held his hands as if she were afraid he'd slip away. She already knows the answer. Her voice was smaller now, but still steady. So you have powers like them. Arthur's lips curled into a small, humorless smile. Yeah, but I have greater powers than the freaks you detest. His mother inhaled sharply, her eyes flickering with something he couldn't quite place. She hesitated, lips parting as if she wanted to say something, anything, before closing them again. Arthur watched her carefully, waiting. Nothing. He exhaled through his nose and stood up, gently pulling his hands away from hers. What about my BR? He stopped himself. What about my brother? She blinked, as if just remembering. He's at his company, locked in, can't leave because of. She didn't need to finish. Arthur already understood. The city was spiraling, and anyone with power or influence would be holed up, trying to avoid the madness. All right. Arthur rolled his shoulders, his mind already working. I'll know what to do. If they're here, whoever did this, I know I can find them. His mother's face twisted in concern. You can't possibly think to go out in tea. I will. He didn't raise his voice, but the weight behind his words was absolute. Final. She stared at him, searching his face for any sign of hesitation. She found none. Arthur exhaled, his eyes glowing with a faint, eerie radiance as he pushed himself up from the chair. Time to move. With a flick of his wrist, shadows twisted and coiled at his side, forming into a familiar shaped blade. The shadow materialized in silence, his glowing eyes locked forward, waiting for a command. Stay here. Guard this place. Kill if you have to. Blade nodded, stepping forward until he stood beside Arthur's mother. She tensed immediately, her body going rigid at the presence of the towering shadow warrior now stationed at her side. Arthur barely spared her reaction a glance. His mind was already elsewhere. What the hell are the League and the Titans doing, letting things spiral like this? He muttered under his breath. His jaw tightened as his fingers curled into fists. Incompetent fools. Then, hello, Arthur. Arthur's head tilted slightly, his glowing eyes narrowing. A slow grin spread across his face. Speak of the devil. Chapter 40 A Promise of Death. Arthur exhaled through his nose, his irritation spiking the moment he felt the familiar shift in the air, dark energy, the faint scent of incense and something almost otherworldly. His eye twitched. Do you ever knock? He said flatly, turning to face the new arrival. Raven stood in his living room, arms crossed, her hood slightly lowered. Her expression was neutral, but he could see it, the faintest glint of amusement in her violet eyes. Well, this time, there's a situation, she replied, ignoring his tone. And I know you're going to involve yourself again. Arthur scoffed. Of course I will. You guys are incompetent at your jobs. Raven sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. That's a bit harsh to say. She opened her mouth to continue, but, I'm not going to work with you guys. Arthur cut her off, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. She sighed again, this time in resignation. I know. I wasn't here to convince you. I'm only warning you that Batman is in town. He's looking into this mess with Robin and Green Lantern. Arthur raised an eyebrow. And you're telling me this because? Raven tilted her head slightly. Maybe because Batman is the type of person that would probably try to. Arthur cut her off again, his glowing eyes narrowing, his voice dropping an octave. Do you really think Batman can actually harm me? A low chuckle escaped him, dark and full of amusement. He can't. His lips curled into a smirk. I'll find whoever did this, and he'll pay for it. Simply because I was in the middle of something, and they interrupted me. Raven didn't say anything for a moment, just observing him. Then she asked something that was on her mind for a long time now. Do you have a way to avoid being tracked? Arthur narrowed his eyes but didn't answer. He simply turned around. That's when Raven stiffened because she felt it before she saw it. The presence in the room. Arthur's mother had been standing there the entire time. Watching. Listening. The silence was painfully awkward. Raven blinked. Shit. Mrs. Blackwynd folded her arms, raising an eyebrow. Another girl. Huh. Raven's eyes widened. Slightly. Wait. Another girl. Arthur ran a hand down his face. Nothing you need to worry about. His mother glanced between them, clearly making assumptions. Then she narrowed her eyes at Raven, realization clicking. I know who you are. You're one of those titans. Raven, slightly flustered but trying to maintain composure, quickly gave a small, respectful bow. Sorry for being here without permission, Miss Blackwynd. Mrs. Blackwynd just gave her a long, unreadable look before sighing and rubbing her temples. I don't even know what to say anymore. Arthur smirked at Raven. Maybe try calling instead of teleporting here every chance you get, Raven. Raven said, half embarrassed. I will. Also, what's this about another girl? Arthur walked towards the door, his hand resting on the handle. He didn't turn around as he spoke, his voice low and unwavering. I know you probably know more than you just shared, he said, his glowing eyes reflecting faintly in the dim light. So either you be helpful, or I'll do it my way. It's not a problem for me. Raven stayed silent at first, watching him, her gaze unreadable. She didn't flinch under the weight of his words, but he could tell she was thinking, calculating. Arthur pulled open the door. All right, she finally said. He stopped mid-step. I'll help, she added. Just this once. Arthur turned his head slightly, smirking. Oh, and what changed your mind? Raven crossed her arms. Batman insisted that he'll only work with Robin on this. Since we're dealing with the Joker. Arthur let the words sink in for a moment before he scoffed. Joker alone did this. His voice dripped with disbelief. Able to spread a toxin to multiple cities. Bullshit. His smirk disappeared, replaced by a sharp, calculating expression. I had a few suspects in mind, he was among them. But someone else is involved, I am sure. He shook his head. Batman isn't stupid. If he insisted on working alone with Robin, it's because he doesn't want you to know about certain things. Raven frowned slightly. What are you saying? I'm saying that your dear employer is keeping you in the dark, Arthur replied coolly. That should tell you something. Raven's gaze flickered, her mind working through the implications. Then she exhaled sharply and lifted her hands. Azeroth, Metrion, Zinthos. A swirling portal of dark energy tore open before them, crackling with violet light. Beyond it, Arthur could see the towering silhouette of a building against the night sky, Jump City's broadcasting tower. Raven lowered her hands. That's where Batman and Robin went. Green Lantern followed them. Arthur narrowed his eyes at the sight. I'm not walking into a trap, am I, Raven? She met his gaze, her voice steady. No. Arthur stared at her for a long moment, searching for any sign of hesitation. Then, without another word, he simply said, all right, and he jumped through. As soon as Arthur disappeared into the portal, Raven let out a small sigh, rubbing her temple. She turned around, only to find Arthur's mother staring at her with an expression caught between confusion and mild amusement. Blade, Arthur's trusty shadow soldier, next to her, standing at the ready, staring at Raven. Raven cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and gave a small, awkward bow. Sorry for intruding. Again, Mrs. Blackwynd arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Raven held the bow for a second too long before awkwardly straightening. Then, without another word, she summoned another portal and quickly stepped through, vanishing in a swirl of dark energy. Jump City's broadcasting tower. The air was thick with an unnatural mist, a sickly green haze that clung to the ground like a living thing. It coiled through the empty streets, creeping along abandoned cars and curling around shattered streetlights. Arthur stood at the base of Jump City's broadcasting tower, his eyes glowing faintly as he observed the eerie silence. No people, no bodies, he muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Just this damn mist. A faint ding echoed in his mind. Warning. A harmful substance has been detected in your bloodstream. Arthur tilted his head slightly, half expecting something. And, before he could dwell on it, another notification followed immediately after. Longevity. Immune to all diseases, poisons, and any abilities that can be harmful to your status. Foreign substance. Neutralized. Arthur's lips curled into a small smirk. As I expected. With a flick of his wrist, the shadows beneath him rippled, and his shadow demons emerged, twisted, hulking forms with eyes that burned like dying embers. They knelt before him, awaiting his command. Arthur's voice was firm, authoritative. Enter the tower. Keep to the shadows. Look for anything remotely suspicious. If you happen to see anyone, do not engage. The demons let out a silent acknowledgement before melting back into the darkness, their forms slipping away into the mist like phantoms. Arthur took a deep breath, cracking his neck. His grip tightened around the hilt of his Prometheum sword, its steel humming with an ominous energy. His eyes burned with an eerie glow. His voice was low, dark, filled with an unshakable promise of violence. I really want to find that clown here. I'll do this world one big favor once and for all. Arthur walked into the building. The weight behind those words was enough to make the very shadows tremble. Chapter 41 Confrontation. Arthur moved through the abandoned floor-level halls of the Jump City Broadcasting Tower, his eyes sharp, scanning every detail, every shadow. The place was eerily silent, the only sound being the faint hum of electricity running through the building's neglected systems. His grip on his Prometheum sword never wavered as he stepped carefully, each movement deliberate. Empty. That's expected, considering the circumstances. Arthur closed his eyes, expanding his awareness. His senses stretched outward, searching, feeling, listening. Then, amidst the quiet, something stood out. A faint, unnatural breeze. It wasn't coming from any window, nor from any broken wall. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but he could feel it, like a gentle exhale through a hidden passage. His eyes snapped open, glowing brilliantly. Underground. Arthur clenched his fist, feeling raw power surge through his body. He pulled his arm back, muscles coiling like a loaded spring, and then boom. His punch obliterated the floor beneath him. Concrete and steel exploded outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The force sent a shockwave through the building, and before the dust could settle, Arthur dropped down into the depths below. Arthur landed in a crouch, boots crunching against damp soil. He straightened, scanning the area, his glowing gaze cutting through the dimly lit underground chamber. Massive, twisting vines curled along the walls and ceiling, their surfaces pulsing faintly as if alive. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, mixed with something more artificial, chemicals, metal, machinery. Arthur's expression darkened. These are, rather familiar. Thorned vines, unnatural growth, an overbearing floral scent. Could be the work of that woman, Poison Ivy. It wouldn't be surprising if she was working with Joker on this. If this whole thing managed to cover multiple cities, then he was about to see exactly what they were planning. Arthur walked forward, weaving through the tangled underground jungle until he emerged into a massive, open space. For a brief second, even he was caught off guard. Towering glass cylinders lined the walls, filled with bubbling green liquid. Inside them, human figures floated, unmoving, unconscious. Some had restraints, others had wires drilled into their bodies, feeding something into them. Machines hissed and whirred, their mechanical limbs tending to the overgrowth of vines that slithered across metal surfaces like they belonged. In the center of it all, a colossal biomechanical structure pulsed like a beating heart, a fusion of twisted nature and advanced technology. Tubes of unknown fluid ran from the ceiling down into its roots, feeding whatever sick project was being cultivated here. Sick bastards, Arthur muttered to himself. And beneath it all, scattered on the ground, were dozens of unconscious bodies, each wearing a clown mask. Arthur knelt beside one, flipping them over. Their face was bruised and battered, nose broken, lips split. It wasn't the toxin that had put them down, it was a pair of human fists. Arthur smirked. Batman. Arthur narrowed his glowing eyes, scanning the massive contraption before him. The machine whirred and pulsed, tubes filled with some sickly green liquid running along its surface like veins. A faint hum of power vibrated through the underground chamber, it was still operational. He crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. If Batman's already been here, then why the hell is this thing still running? Scratching the back of his head, he exhaled sharply, debating his next move. He wasn't exactly the think before you break type, but something about this situation made him hesitate. Destroying it felt like the right call, but was it? It didn't take long for Arthur to notice the strange, pulsing veins of green wove through the metal, organic yet mechanical, feeding the toxin through unseen hidden tunnels around him in this place. He ran a hand over one of the vines, feeling its unnatural warmth. So that's why the bat didn't destroy it. This isn't the only one. So he clearly went ahead and checked the other places here, he muttered, rubbing his chin. His fingers itched to just tear the thing apart, but if this was part of a bigger system, blindly wrecking it could make things worse. Then, footsteps. Arthur didn't turn immediately. He sensed them first. The measured, near-silent stride of the world's greatest detective. The lighter, confident steps of his protégé. The hovering presence just behind them, a faint hum of energy. His lip curled as he finally glanced over his shoulder. There they were. Batman, Robin, Green Lantern, just like Raven said. Batman stood at the entrance, his cape draped like a shadow. Robin, a smirk tugging at his lips, casually flipped a batarang in his hand, watching Arthur like a cat watches a cornered mouse. Green Lantern Hal Jordan floated just behind them, his emerald aura casting an eerie glow against the metallic walls. Batman's voice was calm, cold. I was hoping you wouldn't get involved here, Blackwynd. Robin took a cautious step forward. Arthur. Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at them, then smirked. Robin. We meet again. Green Lantern, arms still crossed, glanced down at the motionless clown-masked thugs sprawled across the ground. He nudged one with his boot, confirming they were still out cold. He gave an approving nod. Good. They're still down. We got everything under control now. Arthur's smirk faded. His jaw tensed as his gaze swept over the toxin-filled tubes still pulsing, the faint mechanical hum still present. Slowly, he turned back to Hal, his expression unreadable. Under control. He let out a humorless chuckle, stepping past them and motioning toward the chaos above. Look around you. Look at the city. His voice grew sharper, frustration lacing every word. You guys are terrible at your jobs. Hal frowned, clearly not appreciating the jab. Listen, Shadow Boy, Arthur ignored him and locked eyes with Batman. His glowing gaze burned with intensity. And you, Arthur took a step closer, his voice lowering but filled with challenge, get involved. The hell are you talking about? This is my damn city too. Batman's voice came low, calm, but edged with authority. This is a dangerous place. The person behind it is unpredictable, unstable. This isn't something you should interfere with, leave it to the Justice League. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head. Right, because you guys are doing such a great job handling it. He gestured around the underground lab filled with unconscious clown-masked thugs and writhing vines. I already know it's the Joker. I also know this, he motioned toward the plants entangled with machinery, is Poison Ivy's handiwork. Batman's eyes didn't waver. Arthur took a step forward, voice cool but laced with accusation. But this technology, Joker's not the mastermind behind this kind of setup. He's theatrical, unpredictable, but he doesn't have the mind for this. He tapped his temple. No, this is someone else's work. Someone who actually knows how to weaponize fear on a mass scale. Arthur's gaze darkened as the realization clicked. Scarecrow. Silence stretched between them for a moment. Batman's expression remained unreadable beneath the cowl, but the slightest shift in his stance betrayed something, perhaps approval. Impressive. His voice was quiet but firm. Not only did you find this place, but you put that much together. He turned away, striding toward the massive toxin-infused machine, gloved fingers already moving to deactivate it. Step back. I'll turn this thing off. Arthur didn't move. Instead, his voice came out sharp, demanding. While it is their work, I don't think all of Gotham's maniacs are here. Where is the Joker? Batman stopped. He said nothing. Arthur's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly in the dim underground light. Batman's silence told him everything he needed to know. Something wasn't right, and Arthur was done being kept in the dark. Arthur's glowing eyes stayed locked on Batman, his voice slow and deliberate. He's still here, isn't he? Somewhere in this building. Batman didn't answer. He didn't even acknowledge the question. Instead, he turned slightly, speaking over his shoulder. Lantern, scan the area. Make sure we didn't miss anything before we shut this down. This is the source. If we take it out, the city starts to recover. Hal Jordan, who had been watching the exchange with his arms crossed, exhaled and lifted his ring. A wave of emerald light pulsed outward, sweeping across the room like an X-ray. The ring hummed as it processed the data, and then Hal frowned slightly before nodding. Yeah, this is the mother machine. We already deactivated the others, no other active nodes. Shut it down, and this operation is toast. The machine hummed loudly, the final bits of circuitry sparking as Batman worked with precision, his fingers moving over the control panel, overriding systems with expert efficiency. With a low click, the machine powered down, its violent hum fading into nothingness. Batman stepped back, taking a breath, his gaze sweeping the room. It's done, he said, his voice as steady as always. The machines shut down. Arthur's eyes, glowing faintly, sharpened as he turned toward the dark night. His mouth curled into a smirk, though it was more a mixture of annoyance and amusement. But then, his eyes flickered. Something caught his attention. One of his demons had found something. Good work, he muttered under his breath, his voice colder than usual. The shadows began to coil around his feet. Swirling like a black mist, he was about to use Shadow Exchange and vanish, but Batman interfered. In the blink of an eye, Batman whipped a batarang from his belt, his eyes narrowing at the dark tendrils surrounding Arthur. Arthur's hand shot out, catching it mid-flight. With a swift squeeze, he crushed it effortlessly, the metal bending and breaking in his grip. He let the pieces fall to the ground with a faint clink, his glowing eyes locked on Batman. He glanced up at Batman, his eyes glowing brighter now, his patience wearing thin. He straightened, irritation clearly marking his features. Seriously. Arthur's voice was sharp, annoyed. Chapter 42 Justice vs. Justice. Arthur stood firm, his glowing eyes locked onto Batman. The remains of the batarang crumbled between his fingers, falling to the ground with a faint clink. "You need to stand down," Batman ordered, his voice flat, deadly calm. Arthur's lips curled into a smirk, the faintest of chuckles escaping him. "I don't work for you, Batman. You found something, haven't you?" Batman's eyes narrowed, his voice hard. "This isn't a game, Blackwynd, stand down." Arthur stood silent, staring down the dark night, the words hanging thick between them. He didn't answer, only tightened his fists, his gauntlets forming shadows that danced around his arms. That was all the confirmation the dark night needed. T. Robin clicked his tongue, shifting into a stance, batarangs already between his fingers. Hal Jordan's ring flared to life, emerald energy swirling around his fists. "Then you leave me no choice," Batman said, and in the next breath. And then it happened. In the blink of an eye, they struck. Robin darted forward, his movements quick, almost a blur. A flurry of attacks came from the young hero, his staff swinging with precision aimed at Arthur's ribs, his legs kicking out in rapid succession. But Arthur was faster. He twisted sideways, sidestepping Robin's attack with a fluid motion. In one motion, he caught Robin's leg as it came towards him, snapping it with a sickening crack, before tossing the younger hero aside like a ragdoll. Robin hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his broken leg. "I told you before, next time I won't be so lenient," Arthur muttered, eyes glinting darkly as he looked at the fallen boy Wonder. Batman's jaw clenched, and he moved forward, using his agility to close the gap in an instant. A barrage of punches rained down on Arthur, his fists aiming for Arthur's face, his kicks targeting vital spots. But Arthur barely flinched, his own fists moving like steel hammers to intercept the blows, countering with brutal force. Each strike from Batman hit with precision, but it was like hitting a wall of stone. Arthur absorbed it all, each punch only fueling his rage. His eyes glowed brighter, the bloodlust aura around him intensifying with every second. "You don't get it, do you, Bruce?" Arthur's voice was low, almost mocking. "Your punches can't stop me." Batman attempted a spin kick aimed at Arthur's side. But Arthur was too quick, stepping inside the strike and delivering a crushing blow to Batman's chest, sending him flying backward with a grunt of pain. Hal Jordan's voice cut through the chaos. "All right, Shadow Boy, it's time to get serious." His ring flared with green light as he summoned a massive construct, a giant fist that hurtled toward Arthur with the force of a freight train. Arthur met it head-on. He barely moved, just slamming his fist into the construct with a shockwave force that shattered it into 1,000 pieces. Hal Jordan launched himself forward, another massive construct-spiked fist materializing in the air. It collided with Arthur with the force of a wrecking ball, sending him crashing into a stack of metal crates. The room trembled. Arthur rose, pushing away the debris with ruler's authority. "You think that's enough?" Arthur's voice was low, full of menace, but his grin never faded. Hal's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring brighter. "Not even close." Arthur sprang forward, slamming his fist into the side of Hal's construct, shattering it into pieces. But Hal wasn't done. With a roar, his ring glowed brighter as he summoned another wave of energy, a construct this time in the form of a massive, fist-shaped dragon. It soared toward Arthur, jaws open, ready to devour him whole. But Arthur was already gone. Arthur vanished in a whirl of darkness, reappearing behind Hal in an instant. Before Hal could react, Arthur's fist collided with his ribs, sending the lantern flying across the room. He crashed against a wall with enough force to crack the stone. Before Hal could react, Arthur was already in front of him, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground effortlessly. "You think you can harm me with that?" Arthur's voice was cold, dangerous. "You're just a man with a shiny ring, Hal. That doesn't scare me." Hal's fingers tightened and his ring glowed brighter, summoning another barrage of energy constructs. Spears, chains, and a blade formed around Arthur, but he destroyed them with his spar hand, breaking the weapons apart with ease. His strength and speed were superior. Hal gasped for air, struggling against the iron grip on his throat, but Arthur's smirk only deepened. "You're outmatched." With a roar of anger, Hal's ring surged, his body surrounded by a blazing aura. He summoned a massive construct of a green dragon, its jaws snapping, but Arthur, unfazed, plunged his fist into the creature's throat, shattering it like glass. Hal barely had time to react before Arthur punched him in the gut, sending him crashing into the wall. As Hal crumpled to the ground, barely conscious, "Is this all you've got? Your constructs are a bit weak. I think your will is not strong enough." Arthur turned his eyes back to Batman, his movements almost predatory. Batman pushed himself to his feet, blood trickling from his lip, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. "I won't stop until you do," he growled, advancing again. But Arthur's eyes were cold, and his grin only grew wider. Arthur stepped forward with lightning speed, driving his fist into Batman's chest, the impact sending a shockwave that rattled the entire place. Batman's body slammed into a metal pillar, his suit now smoking from the impact. The force was inhuman, as if Arthur wasn't holding back at all. Batman gasped for air, clutching his ribs, struggling to breathe. "You think this is over?" Arthur slowly shook his head, his smile widening. "No, it's just getting started." Arthur stood tall, his bloodlust radiated outward. "You still don't get it, do you? You try to fight with honor. You fight to control things, to tame evil. But some evil must be destroyed, wiped from existence before it can grow stronger. I will do what you can't. I do what has to be done." Batman's eyes narrowed, his breath ragged. "And that's how you become a monster, Blackwynd." Arthur's grin only grew more mocking. "Call me whatever you want. You are the one trying to stop me from fighting evil. Who is the real monster here?" Robin tried to push himself up, but he was in too much pain. His eyes locked on Arthur, his voice weak but defiant. "You're wrong." Arthur's gaze turned toward Robin, but it was Batman who spoke up next. "You're not the answer to this world's problems. You're just on a path to be another one." Batman continued, a cold fury behind them. "This sense of justice of yours is dictatorship. It's not about saving the world, it's about controlling it, crushing everything you don't like. We stop them, we don't erase them. We give people the chance to change. Redemption. Redemption." Arthur's laugh was harsh, bitter. "You're blind fool if you think everyone deserves it. Some evil doesn't get to be saved. And Joker certainly is a lost cause. You don't get to decide that." Batman shot back. "You're not God." Arthur's grin never faded. "Maybe not, but I'm far from being evil. You are responsible for the deaths of many innocents, and you know that." Hal's laugh echoed through the room. "Oh, no, not at all," he said sarcastically, flashing a toothy grin. "I just think your powers are the best kind of evil incantation. Like, did you get those shadows from some creepy dark magic store? Because that is a lot of bad juju you're throwing around." Hal, still recovering, began to push himself up. His ring flared again, casting shadows as constructs formed once more, this time massive, a shield, chains, and a dozen blades. He wasn't giving up. "You really need to stop, boy," Hal growled. But Arthur just narrowed his eyes and sighed. He wasn't backing down. "Should I make it fair?" he asked, taunting them. "Or do I keep fighting alone? What's your choice, heroes?" The shadow at his feet extended, creeping outward like a living thing, the air heavy with dread. His voice was low, mocking, as he sized up the three of them, his aura darkening. Chapter 43 Justice vs. Justice 2 The shadow at Arthur's feet twisted, creeping outward like a living thing, swallowing the dim light. The air turned thick, heavy with an unnatural weight that pressed against Batman's senses. Arthur's voice was low, mocking. "What's wrong, Batman? You look like you've seen a ghost." Batman didn't move, his sharp eyes analyzing every detail. He had seen Arthur's power already back through footage and also during this fight, his sheer strength, speed, durability, but this. He knew what came next. "I know what you're about to do," Batman said, his voice unreadable. "You'll summon those black wraiths. Things that shouldn't exist." His tone was controlled, but there was an edge of something else. Not fear, wariness. Arthur chuckled darkly. Right on cue. And then doom emerged. From the abyss at Arthur's feet, a towering figure rose, clad in pitch black, its body a silhouette of nightmares. Its eyes burned like embers in the void, and the moment it fully materialized, it did something that sent a shiver down even Batman's spine. It knelt. Doom growled, its voice deep and guttural, dripping with devotion. Robin, still clutching his injured leg, went still. Even through the pain, he managed to utter this. Doomsday. Hal Jordan, still struggling to his feet, narrowed his eyes, his ring pulsing with green energy. Oh yeah, this just keeps getting better. First, we get Shadow Boy over here breaking ribs like it's a hobby, and now he's got the horror as a sidekick. You just love stacking the odds, don't you? Arthur didn't respond. Hal exhaled sharply and focused. His ring flared as he constructed a green support brace around Robin's shattered leg, solid, efficient, buying him some time. All right, Robin, you're patched up. Don't start breakdancing just yet. Batman remained silent, calculating. The presence of Doom changed everything. If Arthur alone was already overwhelming, this was an entirely different fight. Arthur rolled his shoulders. I really didn't want to do this. His tone was casual, almost regretful, but his eyes gleamed with dark amusement. But take this as my advice, do try to stop him if you can. His smirk deepened. I wouldn't advise killing him, though, that's assuming you can. Hal gritted his teeth. You talk too much. His ring flared as he launched himself forward, forming a massive construct gauntlet around his fist. Aiming straight for Arthur, Doom moved first. Before Hal could react, Doom's fist met his midair, the impact sounding like a gunshot. Boom! Hal Jordan was sent flying. His body crashed through a row of crates, tumbling across the floor before finally skidding to a stop. He coughed, pushing himself up, his ring flickering. Okay. Ow. He looked at his construct, it was shattered. Arthur didn't even look at Hal, his attention remained on Batman. His voice was calm, almost disappointed. So what will it be? Arthur asked, tilting his head. Continue this and die for that clown. He stepped forward, his shadow stretching. Or let me be on my way. Batman didn't answer immediately. He just stared at Arthur, his expression unreadable, but his fists clenched at his sides. The fight wasn't just physical anymore. This was a battle of ideologies. Arthur could see it in Batman's eyes, the refusal to back down, the unyielding need to fight for control. It was who he was. No matter how battered, no matter how hopeless a situation looked, Batman never surrendered. And Arthur found that frustratingly predictable. So be it. A dark mist coiled at his feet, thick, unnatural. From its depths, another creature began to rise. A shadow demon. It was different from Doom while it's much weaker, but no less terrifying. Its jagged form shifted in and out of the darkness, its eyes glowing. The moment it fully materialized, it let out a low, guttural snarl, its body twitching as if barely restrained. Arthur stepped back, giving a lazy gesture towards Batman and Robin. Keep them busy. His voice was smooth, but the command carried weight. The demon obeyed instantly. With a sudden burst of inhuman speed, it lunged, closing the distance between itself and Batman in the blink of an eye. Batman reacted immediately. His body twisted as he barely dodged the razor-sharp claws that swiped at him, his cape billowing as he landed into a defensive stance. Robin, despite his injured leg, with the help of Lantern's construct, he gritted his teeth and forced himself. His staff extended with a metallic snap as he swung at the creature's head. It caught the staff mid-swing. The moment it did, its red eyes gleamed, and it let out a low, eerie chuckle. Then, with brutal efficiency, it yanked Robin forward and slammed him into the ground. The impact cracked the floor, and Robin let out a sharp gasp of pain. As Batman turned his head, he barely caught a glimpse of Arthur before he disappeared completely into the abyss, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the darkness. And just before he vanished, he spoke. Trust me on this one, Bruce. I'll do you a favor. His voice was distorted, fading into the void. Batman's eyes widened slightly, and for the briefest moment, just a fraction of a second, he felt something rare. Dread. Arthur was gone. In his place, another shadow demon stood. And now there were two of them. Batman had no time to think. The demons attacked in unison, one going high, the other low. Batman's movements were precise, flawless, blocking, dodging, countering, but he was outnumbered, outmatched. Robin groaned, trying to push himself up, his eyes blazing with frustration. "This," he hissed, gripping his staff tightly. "This is bad." Batman's jaw clenched. His mind raced. He needed to stop Arthur before he reached Joker first. "We need to stop him before he gets to Joker," he said, his voice sharp, urgent. On the other side, Hal Jordan was not having a great time. Doom was relentless. Each of Hal's constructs shattered on impact, his ring struggling to keep up with the sheer ferocity of the monster's attacks. Doom's massive fist swung, crashing through another barrier Hal had created just in time. The Green Lantern was sent skidding backward, his boots leaving deep marks on the ground as he barely kept himself standing. Hal wiped a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, his ring flickering. "Kinda busy, bats," he shot back, exasperated. Doom was already lunging again. Hal cursed under his breath. This wasn't going to end well. Arthur stepped through the doorway onto the rooftop, his senses sharpened, his eyes scanning the dimly lit skyline. The cold night air brushed against his skin, but he already noticed something, and then Bert. A storm of bullets erupted, ripping through the night, tearing into the doorway behind him. The roar of Gatling guns echoed across the rooftop, the sheer force of it kicking up dust, debris, and smoke. Arthur didn't move. He didn't flinch. The bullets tore into his clothes, but they didn't pierce his skin. They flattened and clattered to the ground, utterly useless against his body. Through the thick veil of smoke, a high-pitched, maniacal laugh filled the air. "Oh ho ho, whoops." The voice was theatrical, exaggerated. I am. Haha. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course not. That would have been way too easy. The wind shifted, blowing away the dust and revealing Arthur. Unscathed. His eyes burned a haunting blue, his expression unreadable as he stepped forward. That was when Arthur saw them. A dozen figures stood in a loose formation across the rooftop, clown masks covering their faces, each holding a different weapon. Some had machine guns, others baseball bats, knives, one even wielded a chainsaw. And at the center of them all, grinning like a devil in the pale moonlight, was the Joker. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing as he studied Arthur. Then, his painted lips stretched into that familiar, twisted grin. Well, you're not the Bat." His voice dripped with amusement, but there was something else lurking underneath. Curiosity. He took a step forward, twirling a revolver in his gloved hand. "You're meaner looking, but still all dark and broody. Maybe a cousin, a long-lost brother." "No." He pointed at Arthur with the gun, chuckling. "You're something else entirely, aren't you, boy?" Arthur didn't blink, didn't smile, didn't even hesitate. He took another step forward, his shadow twisting beneath him, writhing like a living thing. His voice was low, calm, dangerous. "No, I'm something you can't laugh away." Joker's grin faltered. The clowns around him stiffened, their grips tightening on their weapons. Arthur kept walking forward. Chapter 44 Joker's Last Laugh. Joker's grin stretched wide, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight as he twirled his revolver like a showman. "Ooh, I like you already. No monologue, no justice, speech. Just straight to the nightmare fuel." His voice practically purred with amusement, but there was an edge of something else. Curiosity, anticipation. With a dramatic flourish, he threw his arms out. "Boys, make him smile." And then hell erupted. The Gatling guns roared, spewing a hailstorm of bullets, the rooftop shaking from the sheer force. The clown-masked gunmen let out manic laughs, their fingers glued to the triggers, certain that nothing could survive that barrage. But Arthur was already moving. A blur, a shadow, a phantom among them. Bullets ripped through the air, but none found their mark. Arthur weaved between the shots with unnatural speed, his body shifting like a specter. The glow of his Prometheum sword flashed, and before they even knew what happened. Crack! A knife-wielding lunatic lunged at him. Arthur caught his wrist mid-strike, twisting sharply. Bone snapped like dry wood. The man howled in pain before a brutal kick sent him crashing into a metal vent, unconscious. Another goon swung the butt of his rifle. Arthur grabbed it mid-swing, yanking it out of his hands like he was taking a toy from a child. His fingers crushed the metal, bending it like tinfoil, before tossing it aside. The clowns faltered for a moment. Just a moment. It was a moment too long. Arthur raised a hand. Invisible force gripped them like puppets on strings. Bang! One of them suddenly turned his gun toward himself, a look of pure terror flashing behind his mask before pulling the trigger. Another thug tried to resist, but his finger squeezed the trigger against his will, unloading into his own squad. Bodies collapsed. Screams turned into silence. The remaining clowns scrambled, horror setting in as they realized this wasn't a fight. This was a slaughter. And Arthur. He wasn't even trying. Joker's laughter pierced through the carnage, cutting through the air like a blade. It was a raw, unhinged sound, a mix of amusement, awe, and sheer excitement. Oh ho ho, now that's entertainment. He clapped, actually clapped like he was watching the greatest show on earth. You're definitely not Batsy's cousin, that's for sure. He leaned forward, eyes twinkling with sadistic joy. No, no kill rule. Holding ya back, no broody speeches. Oh, I like you. Arthur didn't answer. His glowing eyes cut through the smoke like twin beacons of death. His gaze locked onto Joker. Then he spoke. Arise. From the corpses of the fallen clowns, shadows twisted and writhed, unnatural forms clawing their way from the void of their bodies, glowing eyes turned toward Joker, empty yet brimming with intent. The remaining thugs, those still breathing, staggered backward, their bravado and madness draining as they realized they were standing among the dead. One dropped his gun, another turned and ran, tripping over himself. And then, hell broke loose. The risen shadows attacked, merciless, inhuman. The air filled with screams of men who once reveled in terror, now reduced to prey. Throats crushed, bones snapped like twigs. Blood splattered the rooftop. A man tried to flee, one of Joker's top goons. A shadow caught him, its hand piercing straight through his chest. Another thug fired wildly before a black hand yanked him off the edge. It was over in seconds. And only Joker remained. He just tilted his head, watching. Then he grinned. Oh ho ho ho. Now that's a party trick. He clapped his hands together, reaching into his coat. Click. Boom. A grenade launcher roared, spitting a bright green canister straight at Arthur. The impact detonated on his chest, unleashing a swirling cloud of Joker toxin, thick, acrid, curling like grasping fingers around him. Joker cackled. Ha, have a laugh, will ya? It's on the house. And then a sound cut through the chaos. Low at first, unmistakable, a chuckle, then, it grew deep, rich, mocking. Through the green fog, through the madness, a silhouette emerged. Arthur was laughing, not the Joker's kind of laugh. Not wild, erratic, no. This was something else. Slow, cold, measured, like a predator humoring its prey. Joker's grin faltered for half a second. Arthur walked forward, untouched, unbothered. System notification. Immunity to poison. Harmful substance cleared. The gas dissipated around him like mist meeting an unstoppable tide. His eyes, those damn glowing eyes, never left Joker. Joker chuckled, almost nervous. Ooh, that's not fair. Arthur didn't respond. His risen soldiers surrounded Joker, now still, like statues. Waiting, watching. Joker sucked in a breath. All right, you win round one. His hand dove into the crate beside him. And he pulled out a little girl. She couldn't be older than 7, small, fragile, her cheeks smeared with dirt. Terror twisted her face. Her eyes darted around, her tiny hands clutching at Joker's sleeve. Help, she whimpered, voice shaking. Joker leaned in, his breath hot against her ear. Shish, sweetheart, don't ruin the punchline. He turned back to Arthur, his grin splitting wider as he dragged her toward the edge of the rooftop. With his free hand, he pulled out a knife, pressing it lightly against her lips. You know, I was saving this one for bats. He sighed, shaking his head. But, hey, plans change. The moment his foot touched the ledge, Arthur raised a hand. Ruler's authority. Joker jerked. His hand twitched violently, not from nerves, but from raw, unseen force crushing his fingers one by one. Crack. His index finger snapped, then his middle, then his ring. One by one. The little girl screamed, thrashing, but Joker. He didn't scream. He laughed. A guttural, broken cackle, each bone snapping twist only making him shudder in delight. His grin stretched impossibly wide, his breath ragged. Oh, tickles. He tilted his head, giggling through clenched teeth. You really are fun. Arthur's voice was ice. You can smile even wider now. Joker shuddered violently. His own fingers betrayed him, his own grip tightening around the knife, not on the girl, but on himself. With a sharp motion he stabbed himself in the mouth. The blade pierced through his cheek, blood dripping down his chin, yet his laughter only grew louder, wilder. His free hand yanked the girl closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a manic whisper. Now I get it. He licked his bloody lips, eyes dilated with a sick, newfound clarity. I know who you are. No you don't, Arthur said calmly. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Joker stood there, grinning, blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth. His fingers twitched inside his sleeve, and Arthur felt it before he saw it. Something was off, a shift in the air, a faint metallic click, a presence of pure, reckless intent. Then Joker yanked his arm free, revealing the dead man's switch. Surprise, champ, we both go boom. And he pressed it. Arthur for a second thought he was bluffing, but it detonated. Boom. The rooftop was consumed in an instant. Fire and raw force erupted outward like a tidal wave of death, swallowing everything in a violent, apocalyptic bloom. But Arthur was already moving. Ruler's authority. His unseen power snatched the child, pulling her into his grasp as his cloak whipped violently in the blast wave. Then came the shockwave. Windows shattered. Steel twisted. The very air howled. The explosion didn't just claim the rooftop, it swallowed the entire building. The structure groaned, a dying beast, before the upper floors collapsed in a chain reaction of destruction. Debris rained like meteors. Shattered concrete and molten metal plunged through the night sky, swallowed by plumes of fire and smoke. And then the ground gave way. Arthur, still shielding the girl, was swallowed by the collapse. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Then rubble shifted, an unseen force throwing slabs of concrete aside like weightless paper. From beneath the mountain of wreckage, Arthur emerged, his cloak tattered, but still standing, and, in his arms the girl, unharmed. He exhaled. Then, in a low voice, full of sheer frustration, crazy bastard tried to take everyone with him. His glowing eyes flickered in the dark, scanning the destruction. Arthur's boots crunched against the wreckage as he stepped forward, still holding the child in his arms. The night burned around him, the remains of the collapsed building a ruin of fire, smoke, and twisted steel. And then a sound, a wheezing, ragged chuckle. Arthur's glowing gaze flicked to the side. Joker was still alive, barely. He was half buried under debris, his suit charred, his left leg twisted at a sickening angle. His right arm was missing from the elbow down, blood pooling beneath him. But the bastard was still laughing. Through bloodied teeth, Joker lifted his gaze, barely able to focus, but still, he grinned. Hey, you are fun, kid. Really fun. Arthur stiffened. Joker coughed, blood splattering from his lips. His voice was weak, barely a whisper, but the amusement never left. Don't let the world take that from ya. Arthur's eyes snapped wide open. Chapter 45. The Shadow Jester. Arthur stood there, unmoving, the orange glow of the fires flickering against his face. Joker was still grinning, his breaths ragged and wet, his body broken. Yet somehow, even at the edge of death, he still laughed. Arthur's jaw clenched, because this had happened before. He said the same thing. The words barely left his lips, a whisper only for himself. The Joker from the tower. The one he fought before. The one who bled just like this. The one who laughed just like this. A memory burned into his mind. And then his grip tightened. Shink. His Prometheum sword materialized, the dark blade gleaming in the glow of the fires. One clean strike. One final cut. But then, he stopped. He is dead. The words rang in his mind. Not for Joker. For himself. The sword faded away, dissolving back into his inventory. Joker's final laugh still echoed in his mind. Before the explosion, underground area the battlefield was chaos. Green Lantern struggled against doom, his ring creating barriers, hammers, and chains all did very little to deter this monstrosity. Doom was relentless, his form an immovable force, every strike heavier than the last. On the other side, Batman and Robin fought against Arthur's shadow demons, the wraiths moving unnaturally, warping around attacks, their cold, empty eyes piercing through the Dark Knight's defenses. But Batman was nothing if not adaptable. He sidestepped a clawed swipe, countered with a shock batarang that sent one of the demons stumbling. And then he saw it. A pattern, a slight delay in its movement. His mind worked fast, calculating. Then he struck, a perfectly executed attack, precise and brutal, sending the shadow creature reeling. It let out a distorted screech. Batman narrowed his eyes. No matter what you are, you can be beaten. Robin, panting, still fighting his own wraith, grinned. Yeah, sure, let me know when you've got the cheat code for mine. Hal gritted his teeth, wiping blood from his lip. Doom had sent him crashing through a concrete wall, the impact shaking the ground. His chest ached, his ring flickered, but he wasn't down. He pushed himself up, ring glowing brighter. In brightest day, Doom tilted his head slightly, mocking. In blackest night, Doom crossed his arms, just standing there, waiting. No evil shall escape my sight. A low, amused rumble came from Doom's chest. Let those who worship evil's might. Hal's ring flared like a sun, illuminating the battlefield. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. And then an explosion. A thunderous boom tore through the night, shaking the entire place. A fiery inferno burst from above them, consuming everything in its path. The shockwave hit like a tidal wave, sending Batman skidding back, Robin barely catching himself. Doom and Hal both turned. Debris began to rain down, massive chunks of stone and steel collapsing toward them. Arthur's shadows suddenly withdrew, dissolving into the ground, retreating. Hal's ring pulsed as he threw up a massive shield, protecting himself and the others from the falling wreckage. Sweat dripped down his temple, his heart pounding. He exhaled. You've gotta be kidding me. Batman gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing behind the cowl as the explosion roared, sending shockwaves through the underground area. His cape whipped violently from the force, embers scattering across the place like fireflies. He barely reacted to the debris. His mind was already working. Joker. It had to be. Batman's fists clenched. Damn it. His voice was low, grim, the growl of a man who'd seen this kind of madness before. Hal's shield flickered, absorbing the last of the falling wreckage. The Green Lantern exhaled sharply, lowering his hand as the green glow dimmed slightly. Those shadows are gone. Hal looked at Batman, brow furrowed. You think that boy's dead? Batman's jaw tightened. He didn't answer right away. His mind ran through every possible outcome. Arthur wasn't the type to go down easily, but Joker. That psychotic bastard would rather take the whole city down than let someone walk away with a win. Finally, Batman turned, his cape billowing as he started toward the wreckage. Let's hurry back up. Robin fell in step next to him. You really think Joker just blew everything up? Batman's eyes stayed locked ahead. If he did, that means whatever happened up there is worse than we thought. Hal cracked his neck, sighing. Fan-freaking-tastic. Love a surprise bombing. Arthur stood still, his glowing eyes locked onto Joker's lifeless body sprawled among the wreckage. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the cracked concrete, the grotesque grin frozen on his pale, battered face. For a long moment, Arthur just stared. His fingers flexed, Promethean blade still shimmering faintly in his grip. Then, he raised his hand. You're not even worthy being a shadow soldier. His voice was cold, final. And yet, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. Although, Arthur exhaled, his glowing gaze narrowing. I do think you might be a fine addition. Just my guess. He spread his fingers. Dark energy coiled at his fingertips. The air grew thick, the ground rumbled faintly as tendrils of black mist slithered out from Joker's corpse. Arthur's voice dropped into a whisper, yet it carried like a command of a monarch. Arise. The shadows exploded outward, swirling violently before condensing into a single figure rising from the ground like a nightmare-given form. And then, there he was. A new Joker. His body was jet black, his features carved from darkness itself, yet his smile remained, stretched wide with the same unhinged glee. His glowing purple eyes locked onto Arthur, unwavering. Then, the shadowed Joker knelt. A low chuckle rumbled from his throat, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. It was deeper, more guttural, yet undeniably Joker. Arthur didn't even acknowledge him further. He simply turned away, his cape fluttering behind him, stepping forward. The shadow melted into the ground, slipping into the darkness beneath Arthur's feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sound of crumbling debris filled the air as Batman, Green Lantern, and Robin rushed onto the scene, their boots skidding slightly against the ash-covered ground. Smoke still curled from the wreckage, embers flickering in the night. The entire building had been reduced to nothing but remains, and at the center of it all, Arthur stood there. A massive shadow demon loomed beside him, its eerie, inky form carrying a small child in its arms, a little girl, seemingly unfazed, giggling as she poked at the creature's horned head. The monster, despite its terrifying presence, tilted its head curiously, like some obedient hound indulging a playful master. Hal was the first to react. He blinked hard. Okay, what the actual hell am I looking at? Arthur didn't answer. His glowing eyes flicked to Batman, who was scanning the scene. The detective's sharp gaze darted across the rubble, searching, piecing together everything at a glance. He didn't need to ask. He was looking for Joker. Arthur raised his hand and silently gestured toward a darker corner of the ruined site. No words, just a simple motion. Batman was already moving. His long cape swept behind him as he advanced, crouching when he reached the spot. And there, sprawled in the dust and blood, lay the lifeless corpse of the Joker. His grin was still there, that awful, frozen smirk, but his body, broken, bloodied and empty. Batman said nothing, just a slow exhale through the nose, a small tightening of his jaw. He stood, shadows swallowing his expression. Meanwhile, Arthur turned to the shadow demon, giving it a small nod. The creature walked forward, its massive form shockingly gentle as it lowered the girl into Hal's arms. Hal, who had faced galactic tyrants and entities beyond human comprehension, was speechless. He stared at the kid in his arms, then at the nightmare of a shadow creature that had just handed her to him. Then back at Arthur. The little girl beamed at her savior and the creature, clutching onto Hal's uniform. "Thank you, mister," she chirped, then turned to the shadow demon. "And you too, big guy." She gave it a tiny wave. The shadow demon, a creature of pure darkness, forged from death itself, bowed its head slightly, as if acknowledging the gratitude. Arthur actually smiled. A real, genuine smile. Not his usual smirk. Then he turned to Hal, his voice carrying an edge of amused disdain. "At least take that kid back to her home." His glowing eyes narrowed slightly. "This should be something you guys can do without messing up." For once, Hal Jordan had nothing to say. Chapter 46 Aftermath. Batman stood over Joker's lifeless body, staring. The twisted smile was frozen in death, but that didn't make it feel like a victory. It never did. His cape swayed behind him as he straightened, turning toward Arthur, his voice low and edged with quiet frustration. "I could have prevented this from happening, if only you had agreed to stand down." Arthur didn't even glance at him. Didn't even acknowledge the weight in Batman's words. He stood there, still as a shadow, the glow in his eyes dimming slightly. "No, you wouldn't." His tone was flat, certain, cold. He finally turned his head slightly toward the Dark Knight, but not enough to fully face him. "He'd just outsmart you. He'd escape, disappear into the cracks of this city, like he always does. Then he'd come back to terrorize someone else, somewhere else." Batman's jaw clenched. His silence was heavy, but Arthur could feel it. Could feel the weight of the burden Bruce carried, the responsibility he shackled himself with. Finally, the Bat spoke, his voice quieter. "That's not how justice works." Arthur let out a slow exhale. His fingers flexed at his sides, as if suppressing something. "Justice." He let the word hang there for a moment. A humorless chuckle followed, before his expression turned unreadable again. That man didn't care about justice. Didn't care about losing. Didn't care about winning. His voice hardened. Joker only cared about proving a point, and of course playing the mouse and cat with you. His gaze drifted back to the ruins of the building, to the chaos Joker had left behind. Then, for the first time, Arthur's voice carried something real. Regret, but not because of Joker's death, the total opposite. "I wish I had been the one to finish him off." His fingers curled into a slow fist before he relaxed them. But that maniac would rather die on his own terms. He wasn't looking for a fight. He chose an ending that played by his rules. Silence. Batman didn't answer immediately, because he knew deep down that Arthur was right, but he would never admit it. Arthur noticed the toxic mist clearing from the city. The unnatural green haze that had choked the streets was finally dissipating, fading into nothing. The damage was done, but the worst was over. Arthur exhaled slowly, scanning the aftermath before turning his attention back to the trio before him. I won't interfere with what's happening in other cities. His tone was calm, firm, final. That's up to you and the Justice League to fix. You deal with Ivy or whoever else is involved. Batman's expression remained unreadable, but his posture stiffened slightly. Hal, still holding the rescued child, furrowed his brow but said nothing. Then, Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed. The temperature seemed to shift as his gaze swept over them, settling on Batman. His voice was quieter, but it cut through the silence like a blade. If any of Gotham's maniacs come to this place, well, Bruce, you already know. A warning, not a threat, not a challenge, a promise. Batman's fingers twitched slightly. The weight of Arthur's words wasn't lost on him. Hal let out a slow breath, shifting the kid slightly in his arms. You know you are still giving me the creeps. His usual snark was there, but there was an edge to his voice. He'd seen a lot of things, but Arthur's presence was something different. Robin stood stiffly, silent. He wasn't stupid. He knew that if Arthur had truly wanted them all dead, this conversation wouldn't even be happening. Well then, am I free to go? Arthur asked, raising both hands mockingly, as if expecting cuffs. His voice was laced with amusement, the question dripping with barely restrained arrogance. Neither Batman nor Hal responded immediately. Robin tensed slightly. Arthur tilted his head, watching them for a moment longer before he added, almost casually, well, you know where I live anyway. And just like that he turned. The moment his foot touched the nearest shadow, he was gone. The only thing left was the lingering sensation that he was still watching them, from somewhere. A long, heavy silence followed. Hal let out a breath and rubbed his temple. Okay, gotta ask, how the hell did he know our actual names? Batman's jaw tightened as he turned slightly toward the ruins, his mind already piecing things together. That's his way of telling us that he knows where to bite us. Where to find us. Batman's voice was steady, but there was a sharp edge to it. He knows we can track him, so he's evening the playing field. Hal stared at where Arthur had disappeared, brow furrowing. He had fought aliens, and everything in between. Is he really just a kid? Batman didn't answer immediately, because, deep down, he wasn't sure anymore. *******. 2 days later, Blackwynd Estate. Arthur sat at his table, idly stabbing a fork into his meal as the television droned on in the background. The news anchors spoke with that usual mix of forced professionalism and barely hidden relief. Thanks to the combined efforts of the Justice League, the remaining traces of the toxin plaguing the cities have been successfully neutralized. Several known associates of Poison Ivy have been apprehended, including. Arthur barely listened. Same old, same old. But then, and in other news, sources have confirmed that the infamous Gotham criminal known as the Joker has been found dead among the wreckage of Jump City's broadcasting tower. Authorities are still investigating. Arthur paused mid-bite. His fork hovered over his plate, his eyes turning towards the screen. Well, these past few days have been rather calm. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lazily against the table. I expected Batman to send some Justice League members knocking by now, but. He scoffed, shaking his head. Guess not. Still, something about it gnawed at him. Batman wasn't the type to just drop things like that. He was waiting. For what? Arthur wasn't sure. Arthur tapped his fingers against the table, the news still playing in the background. His gaze drifted toward his phone. This was as good a time as any. He grabbed the device, dialing without hesitation. A single ring. Then, click. You've seen the news, right? Arthur said, keeping his tone casual. Of course. Adam's voice came through the receiver, steady as ever. And I take it you had something to do with what happened there. Arthur smirked. Perhaps. There was a brief silence Adam didn't press, but that's not the reason I called. Arthur leaned against the table, voice dropping slightly. I need you to buy a place for me. A house in Gotham. A beat. Gotham. Adam repeated, his tone almost amused. Don't use our name. Don't use anyone associated with us. Use someone who can't be tracked back to us. There was a pause, then a soft exhale. I won't ask why you'd willingly go to that hellhole, but fine. It shall be done. Arthur chuckled. Knew I could count on you. He was about to end the call when something else crossed his mind. One more thing. About the Titans. Did you? Yes, Adam cut him off smoothly. I've already sued them for property damage. Arthur grinned. Brilliant. Anything else? That's all for now. Click. Arthur set the phone down, rolling his shoulders. Time to go. Arthur stood up. Stretching as he moved toward the door, he stepped outside. But then a pulse. A presence. His instincts flared, his muscles tensed. His eyes snapped wide open, glowing faintly as he sensed something descending fast from the sky. For a split second, his fingers twitched, ready to summon his blade. But then, he exhaled. The tension drained from his shoulders as he smirked slightly, tilting his head upward. Oh, it's just her. Chapter 47. Date with Kara. A gust of wind rushed through the air as she landed. Not with a crash, not with the typical superhero impact that shattered the ground. No, Kara Zor-El landed gracefully, like she barely even disturbed the earth beneath her boots. Arthur stood there, arms crossed, his gaze steady. Kara wasn't wearing her usual uniform. No S on her chest, no cape fluttering behind her. Just casual clothes, a simple white top, jeans, and sneakers. But the look in her eyes. Pure Kryptonian determination. Finally, she huffed, hands on her hips. Do you know how hard it is to track you down? Arthur blinked. Stop lying. I wasn't exactly hiding, and this is literally my home. Kara scoffed. Yeah, well, you're in the League's radar. Then she leaned in slightly, eyes narrowing. And let me guess, it had something to do with recent events with Batman. Arthur smirked. Sounds about right. She rolled her eyes but then clapped her hands together. Anyway, you owe me, mister. Arthur tilted his head. For what exactly? Kara pointed a finger at him, eyes narrowing playfully. Oh, don't, what exactly, me? You promised me a date. Arthur stared at her for a second, then, oh, right, that. Now that she mentioned it, he did recall making some vague promise before getting caught up with, well, everything. Oh yeah, Arthur muttered, scratching the back of his head. Kara grinned triumphantly. Oh yeah, she echoed, mimicking his tone. That's all you have to say. Arthur sighed. You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope. She crossed her arms, looking way too pleased with herself. Lucky for you, I was in a generous mood today, so I figured I'd come and collect what's owed. Arthur exhaled through his nose, amusement tugging at his lips. And I assume you expect me to just drop everything and go. Kara grinned wider. Exactly. But you're not busy, right? Arthur hesitated, glancing back at his house. Well, no, I'm not exactly occupied right now, but... He didn't get to finish that sentence. Before the words could even fully leave his mouth, she grabbed his wrist. And then the ground disappeared beneath his feet. Wah! A rush of wind roared past his ears as Kara shot into the sky, dragging him along like he weighed nothing. Arthur barely had time to process the fact that his entire situation had changed in an instant. 1 second, he was standing with both feet firmly on the ground. The next, he was airborne. Flying at insane speeds, upside down for a second, then right side up again. What the hell, Kara? Arthur snapped, glaring at her. Kara just laughed. Relax, Shadow King, I've got you. Arthur grumbled, shadows flickering around his body as if his instincts were telling him to just shadow exchange the hell out of here. But Kara just grinned, tightening her grip on his wrist. No shadow tricks. You're stuck with me for the day. Arthur just sighed. This was happening. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rush of wind finally settled. Arthur's boots touched solid ground again, and thankfully, it wasn't upside down. He exhaled slowly, adjusting his coat as his eyes scanned their surroundings. Snow. Crisp, untouched snow. A cool breeze brushed against him, carrying the scent of pine and fresh mountain air. The sky stretched endlessly above them, dyed in hues of orange and purple as the sun began its descent. Below, Vast landscapes of forests, lakes, and towns sprawled into the horizon. Arthur took a deep breath, then exhaled. "Let me guess," he said dryly, turning to Kara. "We're halfway across the globe." Kara grinned, hands on her hips. "Not quite." She turned, gesturing dramatically. "But yeah." Arthur narrowed his eyes, his brain piecing things together. Snow. High altitude. The air was thin, but not enough to bother him. The view, something about it felt familiar. He followed Kara's gaze and there it was. A peak rising majestically into the sky, towering over everything. Mount Fuji. Arthur blinked. "You brought us to Japan." Kara turned back, flashing an innocent smile. "Yup." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "I thought this was supposed to be a date, not an international field trip." Kara shrugged. Details." Arthur sighed, rubbing his temples. "You know, normal people go to a cafe or a restaurant, maybe a movie if they're feeling fancy." He gestured to their surroundings. "Not to the top of Japan's most famous mountain." Kara smirked. "Yeah, but you're not normal. And neither am I." She shot him a wink. "Figured we should start big." Arthur exhaled sharply, but there was a hint of amusement in his expression. "Fair enough." Kara laughed. "Come on, admit it. This is way better than a boring dinner, right?" Arthur glanced around again. He had to admit, the view was stunning. The sheer silence of the peak, untouched by the noise of civilization, was almost peaceful. It was a rare feeling. "I'll give you that," he said finally. Kara pumped a fist. "Ha, see, you're already enjoying it." Arthur sighed, shaking his head. "Well, I might have needed a bit of this lately." Kara just grinned. "Same thing." "Oh, you have no idea." The summit was silent. Not the kind of forced, tense silence Arthur was used to, but a peaceful, natural kind. The wind whispered as it passed, stirring Kara's golden hair as she sat cross-legged on the snow, completely unaffected by the cold. Arthur sat across from her, leaning back on his elbows, his glowing eyes gazing at the horizon. Kara sighed in contentment. "Man, it feels good to just breathe after all that chaos." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "You were enjoying yourself back there." Kara grinned, her bright blue eyes practically sparkling. "Are you kidding? That whole toxin mess, fighting off lunatics and supervillains. It was great." Arthur gave her a deadpan look. "You realize that's not a normal reaction, right?" Kara just shrugged, still smiling. "I am Kryptonian. We like a good fight." She tilted her head. "And speaking of fights, I heard you went toe-to-toe with Batman and Green Lantern." Arthur exhaled through his nose. "Toe-to-toe? More like I schooled them, but yeah, unfortunately, I did." Kara's eyes lit up like a child hearing about Christmas. "You actually fought Batman?" Arthur waved a dismissive hand. "He's smart, I'll give him that, but at the end of the day, he's just a rich man in a bat costume." Kara blinked, then grinned. "You know, normally I'd argue, but you kinda have a point." Arthur smirked. "Of course I do." Kara leaned forward, resting her cheek on her hand, eyes still sparkling. "Still, Batman always gives off that, I can beat anyone, energy." Arthur snorted. "Sure, until he runs into someone he actually can't beat, which are many." Kara hummed, thinking. Then her eyes widened. "Wait a minute. Rich man, you already know who he is." Arthur gave her a sideways glance. "Wasn't that hard to figure out?" He smirked slightly. "Bruce Wayne." Kara gawked. "Just like that." Arthur shrugged. "The guy disappears at night. Has access to ridiculous tech. Knows way too much about everything. And, you know, that whole, adopt a bunch of orphans and train them to fight, thing." Kara crossed her arms. "You say it like it's obvious." Arthur just gave her a look. "Well, it is for me, because I already knew that," he thought to himself. She sighed, shaking her head. "Well, since you're not in the league, I'm really curious about what Bruce is gonna do now." Arthur smirked slightly. "Nothing." Kara raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Arthur leaned back, stretching his arms. "Because he's smart enough to know I'm not gonna tell the wrong people. I think I've already established that with him." Kara just stared at him, resting both hands on her cheeks, completely focused on him like he was telling the greatest story ever. Arthur noticed. His eyes narrowed. "What?" Kara's eyes glowed slightly. "Someone who actually stood up to Batman," she exhaled, shaking her head. You are even more interesting than I thought. Arthur scoffed. Why do you guys respect him so much anyway? His iron rule is problematic. Ends up harming more innocents than it helps. Kara's expression sobered. She sighed. It's about Joker, isn't it? Arthur's eyes darkened. His fists clenched. My only regret is not killing that bastard myself before he blow us all up, including himself. Kara said nothing for a moment. She just watched him. Then, softly, she said, but he's gone now. Arthur exhaled through his nose. He looked away, watching the sun in the horizon. Yeah. Chapter 48. Date with Kara 2. The wind swept gently across the mountain peak, carrying the crisp scent of snow and pine. From up here, the world felt distant, tiny lights from the cities below flickering like fireflies. Arthur sat with his arms resting on his knees, his gaze locked on the horizon. Kara sat beside him, leaning back on her hands, staring up at the sky. The world had just barely survived another catastrophe, but for once, things felt still. Then, she turned to him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, what's your goal, Arthur? Arthur exhaled through his nose, not looking at her. That's a loaded question, Justice League agent. You really don't like the Justice League, Kara pressed, tilting her head slightly. I mean, you fought Batman. Arthur said calmly. It's not that I have problems with the Justice League members. I just don't think they do what needs to be done. Kara frowned. You think they're not doing enough? Arthur's eyes sharpened. They didn't even find you when Lex took you, did they? Kara stiffened. I'm pretty sure Luthor got what he wanted from you already, Arthur continued, his voice edged with something colder. Thanks to them. Kara's hands clenched into fists, but she didn't lash out. Instead, she looked away, her expression conflicted. It's not that simple. Arthur's eyes snapped toward her, his gaze intense. What about Lex? Did they still have him? Kara hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, but I don't think they can keep him in custody for long. Arthur's expression darkened. Legal reasons, of course, and the cycle continues. Kara let out a bitter chuckle. That's how it always is, isn't it? Arthur exhaled slowly, leaning forward. He already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. How long do you think until he's free again? Kara didn't answer. She didn't have to, because they both already knew. Silence lingered between them, the wind the only sound filling the air. Kara sighed, shaking her head. Enough about that. Why are we even talking about this right now? Arthur let out a low breath, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Because we can't escape that life. Maybe that's why we can only talk about that sort of stuff. Kara bit her lip, looking down. She knew he was right. No matter what, the world would always drag them back into the chaos. Still, she wanted to believe there was more to life than just supervillains, fighting and all that. She turned back to him, searching his expression. You never answered my question, you know. What is your goal, Arthur? Arthur was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. Growing stronger, that's a start. Kara shot him a wink. You are plenty strong already. Arthur simply replied, not enough. The wind still held around them as they sat atop the peak, staring out at the world below. Kara stretched, letting out a breath as if releasing the weight of their conversation. You know what? She said, brushing her hair back. Let's change the scenery. Arthur glanced at her, arching a brow. Any place in particular? Kara grinned. Anywhere but here. Arthur's smirk was slow, confident. You know, I have a place in mind. The streets of Italy. The sounds of a bustling city filled the air, the chatter of locals, the distant hum of Vespas weaving through cobblestone roads, the scent of fresh espresso and baked pastries wafting through the air. Italy was alive, the late afternoon sun casting golden hues across the streets. And among the crowds, walking casually like they weren't two of the most powerful beings on the planet, were Arthur and Kara. Kara inhaled deeply, closing her eyes for a moment. Okay, yeah, this was a good idea. Told you, Arthur said, hands in his pockets, taking in the city like he belonged there. They weaved through the streets, blending in seamlessly. Tourists, locals, and street performers filled the open plazas. Arthur's eyes flicked to a large banner hanging from a nearby building, an advertisement for an upcoming race. Formula One Grand Prix, sold out. Arthur pointed towards it and said, let's attend that race. Kara followed his gaze, raising a brow. Wait, is that today? It does say it's sold out. Arthur nodded. Looks like it. Kara whistled. So what now? And aren't those tickets expensive? Arthur stopped walking, reaching into his jacket. A small, knowing smirk played at his lips as he pulled out a sleek, black credit card and held it up between his fingers. Well, I do have another superpower. Kara squinted at it, then at him. Of course. Arthur's smirk deepened. I'm rich. Kara burst out laughing, shaking her head. All right, Bruce Jr., let's see if money really can buy happiness. Arthur chuckled. Oh, it can. Let's find out. Asterisk asterisk. The engines roared through the air, a deafening symphony of speed and precision. The crowd erupted in cheers as the cars screamed past, navigating tight corners and pushing their limits down the straights. From the comfort of the VIP section, Arthur and Kara sat back, enjoying the spectacle. So, they weren't sold out? She asked, arms crossed. And not only that, we're in VIP seats. Arthur, lounging beside her, didn't even look up from his plate of pasta. He simply smirked. I told you, Kara, nothing is ever really sold out, as long as you're rich enough. Kara was lounging, sunglasses on, sipping from a drink as she glanced at Arthur. I gotta admit, I never thought you would be interested in something like this. Arthur, mid-bite into his plate, merely smirked. Oh, I enjoy a good competition. But then, his eyes snapped open, glowing faintly, though he didn't move. He could feel it, even through the sea of people, through the noise and energy of the Grand Prix, there was a disturbance, a familiar, unmistakable aura attempting to suppress itself. Even Kara can't sense it. That magic can't be hidden no matter how hard you try. Arthur exhaled through his nose, then simply smiled, closing his eyes again like nothing had happened. He lifted his fork, twirling the pasta, before subtly sending out Blade, his shadow assassin, toward a high vantage point overlooking the track. As the final laps of the race unfolded, the tension in the track was electric. The battle for the lead had boiled down to a dramatic duel between two cars, one bright red, the other sporting the infamous orange and energy drink sponsor colors. Arthur's fingers twitched subtly, a silent signal. From his hidden perch, Blade adjusted his long-range shadow rifle, his shadowy form barely noticeable against the surrounding architecture. A single, precise shot rang out, inaudible beneath the roar of the engines. A split second later, the orange car's rear tire violently burst, sending it skidding out of control. The driver fought to regain control, barely managing to avoid the barriers, but the damage was done. The red car blazed past, taking the lead in the final moments, crossing the finish line to an explosive eruption of cheers from the crowd. Kara, still casually sipping her drink, had watched the entire thing unfold. She turned her head slowly toward Arthur, raising a brow. My, you must really like the red team. Arthur leaned back in his seat, unfazed. Well, they haven't won a championship in years, or at least, that's what I think. Kara narrowed her eyes, studying him. That was definitely not fair for that driver, and extremely dangerous and reckless from you. Arthur shrugged. Relax. These cars are safe. Even in crashes, they're insanely safe for drivers. I would never harm innocents. Kara shook her head, laughing. You rigged a Formula One race just because you wanted red to win. Arthur smirked, his gaze flickering to the victorious car making its slow-down lap. That energy drink sponsor car, they just remind me of a certain team I used to hate back in my world. Kara sighed, setting her drink down. You are a menace. Arthur grinned. Maybe I am. As the victory celebrations erupted on the track, Arthur simply leaned back, enjoying his work. Arthur still savoring the victory celebrations on the track below when he noticed it. Kara clutching her head, her expression momentarily twisted in discomfort. At first, he paid it no mind. Supergirl had tanked missiles to the face, a little headache wasn't exactly alarming. But then, he saw her brows furrow deeper, her breathing slightly uneven. That was enough to make him turn. What's wrong? She hesitated. It's nothing. Arthur's gaze narrowed, immediately unconvinced. I highly doubt that. Kara exhaled, shaking her head. It's weird, but I felt like someone spoke in my head. She paused, as if processing it in real time. In my own voice. Arthur tilted his head, amusement flickering across his face. That's called your conscience talking, he said sarcastically. I know it's a rare phenomenon for some people. Kara shot him a glare. Not funny, Arthur. Arthur smirked, but the lightheartedness faded when she continued, her voice more serious. No, I mean, for a fraction of a second, I saw through someone else's eyes. Arthur's entire expression shifted. His casual demeanor disappeared, replaced with something sharper, calculating. His mind immediately ran through possibilities. Mind control, a telepath, something even worse. Elaborate, he finally said. Kara shook her head again, frustrated. I don't know how to explain it. It was brief, like a flicker, a heartbeat, but I swear it wasn't just in my head. It was like I was inside someone else for a second. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly, his mind racing. Something was wrong. Chapter 49 Luther's offer. Arthur crossed his arms, watching Kara with narrowed eyes. Try focusing. See if you can do it again. Kara shut her eyes, brow furrowing as she concentrated. A few seconds passed in silence, the distant roar of F1 cars in the background. Then she sighed, opening her eyes and shaking her head. I don't think that's how it works, Arthur. Arthur exhaled through his nose, tilting his head slightly. All right, fine. Just tell me if it happens again. Kara smirked, placing her hands on her hips, chest puffed out in that signature prideful stance. Don't worry, she declared with a grin. I'm Supergirl. If there's some creepy mind stuff going on, I'll handle it. Arthur glanced at her, his expression unreadable. I have some theories, but I'll keep them to myself. *******. The streets of Italy were nearly empty now, the night air carrying the distant echoes of laughter and faint chatter. Kara stood in front of Arthur, her blue eyes warm under the streetlights, but something lingered between them, something quiet, something unspoken. She let out a small, content sigh. I really needed this. Arthur tilted his head. A rigged race. She laughed, shaking her head. No, dumbass. Her voice softened. A night like this. It's been too long since I did something just because it felt good. No battles, no responsibilities, no world-ending threats, just fun. Just being me. Arthur smirked. I probably needed this as well, honestly. Kara shook her head, still smiling. I kinda forgot what this feels like, you know. To just be. Not Supergirl, not some hero with the weight of the world on her shoulders. Just me, hanging out, laughing, being a little reckless. It felt nice. Arthur glanced at her, studying the way her eyes softened as she spoke. There was something sincere in her voice, something that made him pause. Then, before he could say anything, she stepped forward. Without warning, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Arthur stiffened for a fraction of a second before exhaling, letting himself relax. She was warm, softer than she looked, strong, but gentle. In that moment, he made a decision. I'm sorry, but I have to do this, Kara, Arthur thought to himself. His shadows flickered, imperceptible even to her sharp senses. A soldier detached from the darkness under his feet, silent and unseen, embedding itself into her own shadow. An unnoticeable guardian, one that would always watch her back, whether she knew it or not. Kara pulled back just enough to look at him, still holding on to him, her face inches from his. Arthur caught the way her eyes flickered between amusement and something else, something thoughtful. Then, she leaned in. Soft lips pressed against his cheek, fleeting but warm, before she finally stepped back, grinning at his reaction. We should do this again soon. Stay out of trouble, Arthur. Before he could even react, she took off, rocketing into the sky. Arthur barely registered his own hand lifting slightly, instinctively reaching for something that was already gone. He blinked, staring at the now empty sky, his mind catching up to the moment. Then, reality hit. Wait, silence. Then it hit him. Shit. He slowly looked around, the foreign streets eerily quiet. I'm in another damn country, and I can't fly. A long sigh left his lips as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Guess I'll just shadow exchange back. With that, the darkness at his feet swallowed him whole. Jump City. The warm aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, mixing with the quiet hum of conversations and the distant clatter of cups against saucers. Arthur sat alone in a corner booth of a dimly lit cafe, a steaming black coffee in front of him, untouched. His gaze was distant, locked onto the TV mounted on the wall, where the news anchor was reading in her usual, rehearsed tone. After quite some time of being missing, billionaire industrialist Lex Luthor has made a public return. Officials state that despite his unexpected disappearance, no criminal charges hold against him at this time, and he remains a free man. Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the wooden table, his eyes narrowing as they flickered with a faint glow. Justice League. His jaw tensed. They let him walk. Again. His thoughts were a tangled mess, spiraling between the different pieces of the puzzle that refused to fit together. The Joker's last words. The exact same thing as what the Joker in the tower said before it vanished into nothingness. What did it mean? Was it a coincidence? Or was he missing something bigger? His fingers drummed faster against the table. Then there was Kara. He exhaled, leaning back in his seat, rubbing his temples. That night had been different. It was rare to let his guard down, even rarer to actually enjoy someone's company. Although that last vision she saw bothered him, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. His gaze flicked back to the screen. Luthor was back. This world had been too calm these past few days. And a world like this. Calm never lasted. Something big was coming. He could feel it. Arthur exhaled through his nose, eyes flickering as he considered his next move. The tower or not, going back in meant uncovering more, getting stronger. But something told him, now wasn't the time. His foot tapped against the floor impatiently. Then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Arthur pulled it out, glancing at the screen. Unknown number. His eyes glowed faintly as he stared at it. Well, that's new. Without hesitation, he answered. Who is this? Arthur. The voice on the other end was smooth, confident. Calculated. Arthur knew exactly who this is. You've been making quite the impression lately. Arthur leaned back in his seat, exhaling through his nose. Well, I do try to leave a mark. Let me guess they are not very fond of me in the League and you've heard something there while you were in their custody. Luthor chuckled. Oh, you've done more than that. You destroyed my lab, ruined months, years of research, and turned my most promising experiment into a complete disaster. Luthor paused then continued, but to that last part, yes, they are not very fond of you, which is why I think we can reach a mutual agreement. Arthur smirked. Now you want to be my friend. You of all people, after I found you experimenting on a human. A pause. Then, Lex's voice turned sharp. Not a human. A Krypton IAN. The sheer venom in those words was enough to make Arthur's eyes flicker with amusement. Lex had always been obsessed, but hearing the frustration crack through his polished exterior. That was satisfying. A moment later, Lex cleared his throat, regaining his composure. But let's not dwell on the past, shall we? What's done is done. I'm reaching out because I believe you and we might be of use to each other. Arthur remained silent, waiting. I'm offering you something that I think you might actually want. Arthur arched a brow. And what could that possibly be? Lex chuckled. Now, Arthur. That would ruin the fun. But trust me, you'll want to hear what I have to say. Arthur's fingers drummed lazily against the table. The Justice League can track this call if they want to. You do realize that? Lex scoffed. Who do you think you're talking to? If they could track me that easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Arthur hummed. I'll think about it, but if I want to meet you it will be on my own terms and whenever I want. A pause. Lex's tone flattened. Arrogant bastard. Then, smoothly, fine. But don't take too long. Opportunities like this don't wait forever. Arthur smirked. We'll see. Click. Arthur set his phone down, staring at the dark screen. His fingers hovered over it for a moment before he let out a small exhale, leaning back into his seat. Lex Luthor, reaching out to me, offering something I might want. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head. This is a trap, a damn good one, too. The kind with actual bait. Something real. He rubbed his jaw, eyes narrowing. Lex Luthor doesn't throw offers like that for free. He doesn't negotiate unless he thinks he's already won. Arthur let out a low chuckle, tapping his fingers against the table again. I think he hates me now on the same level as his hatred for Superman. The thought amused him more than it should have. He could practically feel Luthor's blood boiling from the other end of the call, the sheer rage he barely kept in check. Arthur grinned to himself. Good, I'll take the bait. Chapter 50 Fears Candidate. Arthur stood up from his seat, ready to leave, when the news broadcast caught his attention. Another wave of high-profile criminals has either vanished or been taken down in brutal fashion. Reports suggest an unknown group is behind these attacks, though no official confirmation has been made. Survivors describe them as precise, methodical, and, Arthur clicked his tongue, exhaling through his nose. Not my problem. He grabbed his coat and walked out, pushing through the cafe doors into the cool night air. The world was always shifting, always moving. He had his own things to deal with. Arthur stepped into what was left of Adam's office. The place was still in shambles, construction workers moving about, installing new walls, cleaning debris, and setting up replacement furniture. Sparks flew as some workers cut metal beams, the scent of fresh wood and paint lingering in the air. Arthur surveyed the damage, letting out a low chuckle. I guess me and the Titans really messed up this place, huh? Adam, sitting casually behind a makeshift desk amid the chaos, waved a hand dismissively. Nah, I was planning to renovate anyway. You just expedited the process. Arthur smirked. Glad to be of service. Adam leaned back, reaching into a drawer and pulling out a small key, placing it on the table between them. Oh, yes, about that. There is a place in Gotham now ready for you. It's under someone else's name, just like you asked. Arthur picked up the key, turning it between his fingers before slipping it into his pocket. Appreciate it. Adam gave him a look. It's a modest place, nothing extravagant. Arthur shrugged. Doesn't matter, as long as I can stay there for a while. Adam tapped his fingers against the desk. I'm not gonna ask why Gotham of all places, but, his voice took on a more serious tone. Do be careful. Arthur smirked. Sure, I will. Adam sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's what worries me. Arthur just chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Justice League Watchtower. Emergency meeting room. The air was tense, the holographic screens surrounding the circular table flickering with reports of recent attacks, rogue factions, and the growing unrest across different cities. The Justice League had gathered, each member sitting in their designated spots, but it was clear that not everyone was at ease. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, stood at the front of the room, arms crossed over his chest, his expression grim as he looked around at his fellow heroes. His deep voice carried a weight that made even the most seasoned members listen. The reason I didn't comply with Bruce's orders and decided to follow him. Hal started, his voice steady but carrying weight. Because of Sinestro. That got a reaction. Superman leaned forward, his fingers interlocked on the table. Sinestro. You think he's behind all this? Hal exhaled sharply. Not directly, but I've had reports from my fellow Lanterns. He's expanding his core, looking for new candidates, spreading fear wherever he can. I suspected that what happened in our cities wasn't just some random attack. The ones we stopped, just pawns. A heavy silence settled in the room. Diana's brow furrowed. If he's growing his ranks, then it's only a matter of time before he makes a move. Batman, standing off to the side, arms crossed, remained silent. He was thinking, calculating. Flash, lounging slightly in his chair, tapped his fingers on the table. So you're telling me that in between Joker blowing up half a building, you and Bruce fighting Shadow Boy, and Lex strolling back into society as usual like he didn't do anything and he will do something by the way. Clark, watch out. Flash glanced at Superman. Superman simply smiled. We also have Sinestro cooking up something in the background. Flash continued. Hal's jaw clenched. It's worse than that. The Lanterns who reported back to me, they said something was different this time. He's not just looking for strong candidates. He's searching for people who already know how to weaponize fear. People who thrive on it. And there's a rumor going around that he's found someone big. Someone dangerous. I'm not sure if it's on Earth or not. Bruce's eyes flickered at that. A name. Hal shook his head. Nothing confirmed yet. All I know that if Sinestro is personally recruiting, then we need to be ready. Superman exhaled, leaning back in his chair. One crisis at a time. Diana turned to Bruce. What's your take on that, Arthur? You think he can be one? Bruce was quiet for a moment before finally speaking. Dangerous. Smart and reckless. He knows what he's doing. But, he glanced toward Hal. Which is why I doubt he's tied to Sinestro. Hal nodded. I agree. But he's a wildcard, and if Sinestro is truly looking for warriors who understand fear, then Arthur might be someone he'd want. That thought didn't sit well with anyone. Flash let out a low whistle. Man, this year just keeps getting better and better. Superman folded his arms. We need more information. On Sinestro, on his recruits, and on Arthur. He looked at Bruce. Do you think he'll make a move soon? Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. He already has. We just don't know it yet. En route to Gotham. The sleek black car cruised along the highway, cutting through the dim glow of streetlights as the cityscape faded behind them. Inside, Arthur Blackwynd sat comfortably in the back seat, his chin resting lightly on his knuckles as he gazed out the tinted window. The world outside was a blur, but inside, the mood was almost peaceful. His driver, George, an older gentleman with a refined demeanor, cleared his throat before speaking. Master Arthur, if I may be so bold, why on earth would you choose to go to Gotham? Arthur smirked, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. You're the second person to ask me that today. Is it really that bad of a place? George paused for a moment, his gloved hand steady on the wheel. Then, with the weight of someone who had seen far too much, he simply said, well, yes. Arthur chuckled. Then it's a good thing I don't scare easily. George let out a small sigh, clearly not reassured. Even so, sir, there are far more agreeable places in the world to conduct whatever it is you intend to do. Arthur leaned back, stretching his legs slightly. I have something to take care of there. George nodded, but the question lingered. After a moment, he spoke again. And why, might I ask, did you insist on making this journey by car? A flight would have been far more efficient. Arthur smirked. Is it too much for you, George? Certainly not, Master Arthur. I always enjoy your company. There was a slight warmth in George's voice, a subtle fondness beneath the formality. Arthur grinned. Good. Then consider this quality time. George chuckled. Indeed, sir. Though, if I may, what about your academic responsibilities? Surely you haven't forgotten about school. Arthur shrugged. What about it? I'll deal with it later. George sighed again, but there was a knowing amusement behind it. Very well, Master Arthur. Very well. Arthur let his head rest against the seat, his fingers flicking in the air as he pulled up his status screen. Status window name. Arthur Blackwynd job. Necromancer title. Bane of the Unworthy plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent level. 80 right pointing arrow 88 fatigue. 0 HP. 7050 megapixels. 8700 strength. 164 right pointing arrow 180 health. 141 right pointing arrow 150 agility. 135 right pointing arrow 150 intelligence. 169 right pointing arrow 180 sense. 100 right pointing arrow 113 available ability points. 24 right pointing arrow 0 passive skills tenacity level 1 insanity's gambit. New. Grants immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs job-specific skills shadow extraction shadow exchange monarch's domain combat skills bloodlust level 2 ruler's authority mutilation sword rush equipment omega hardened hide abyssforge necklace inventory amulet of Shazam's wrath doomsday's bone gauntlets Azeroth knight armor set greatsword of the lowborn promethium sword anti-kryptonian blood vial epic shattered bolt tower of fate key. Arthur's eyes lingered on the key for a moment. His fingers hovered over it, his mind churning with thoughts. I feel like I'm close to something, not to my actual power, but something else entirely. Then, another notification blinked across his vision. Death follows wherever you set foot. Arthur's relaxed expression hardened instantly. His eyes narrowed, glowing faintly as he stared at the words. His fingers curled slightly, the leather of the seat creaking under his grip. I got this when I first unlocked my powers, but why is it showing up now? His reflection in the window looked back at him, calm, collected, but beneath that something did bother him.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here, in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe, and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.